His name on cream paper. Chapter 1. The Treaty on Cream Paper. By the time my father sent for me, the bargain had already been laid upon the table. It was not spoken of as a bargain, of course. Men in fine coats never called a thing by its plain name when ceremony could dress it better. They called it a settlement. An arrangement. A future suitable to my rank and beneficial to Europe. Yet it was my life spread before the fire on a sheet of thick cream paper, and another man's name stood upon it where mine was meant to follow. I knew the hand before I reached the desk. My father's private secretary had copied the terms in a neat, patient script, as if patience alone might soften them. The wax was still new. The room smelled of it. Wax, smoke, and the sharp polish on the wood. Carlton House always smelled like power trying to appear elegant. My father did not bid me sit at once. He stood with one hand braced on the mantel, his body turned toward the blaze. Though his attention was fixed entirely on me, he had that look which always made the servants quieter and my pulse less steady. It was not rage. Rage I understood. This was worse. This was resolve, he said. Charlotte, in the tone of a man beginning something he had decided should go well, you are old enough now to understand what is due from you. There are sentences that do not need to be completed in order to wound. That was one of them. I moved nearer the desk. Though not so near that I might seem eager. I had learned caution early. Eagerness invited management. Resistance invited thunder. One had to stand in that narrow place between them, and try to look composed. I understand very well what is due from me, sir, I said. His mouth altered, though only slightly. My father never enjoyed hearing his own words returned to him unless they came back gentler than he had spoken them. Then we shall have no trouble. He glanced toward the paper. I looked down at it, because not looking would have looked childish, and I had been accused of childishness by too many people who meant only that I had not submitted quickly enough. The Prince of Orange. His title sat there with all the weight of a sentence pronounced in a court where no one had asked for my defense. For one instant I felt the oddest thing. Not shock. That had been spent already in whispers, hints, quiet changes in the household, in the way conversations ceased when I entered. Not even fear. For fear requires uncertainty, and there was very little uncertainty in that room. What I felt was insult. Not because he was unworthy. Everyone had been careful to assure me he was not. He was suitable. He was allied. He was useful. He had the exact kind of virtues men admire most in one another, when they are arranging the future of a woman who is not permitted to arrange it herself. No, the insult lay elsewhere. It lay in the smoothness of it all. My marriage was being conducted like the purchase of plate for a state banquet. Ordered. Weighed. Approved. To object would be vulgar. To hesitate would be selfish. To ask whether I should like the man was to confess myself trivial before nations. Am I to read this as news? I asked. Cora's command. My father let out a breath through his nose. Must you always put a point upon everything? Only when others mean to put one upon me. That earned me a direct look. In childhood I had lived for such looks. I had thought attention, even severe attention, must be a sort of love. By now I knew better. Attention could be no more than ownership with a voice. He said, "You are not some common miss free to confuse inclination with duty. You are the first concern of this family, and, in many eyes, of the kingdom itself." That was the language always used when they wished me to feel grand enough to be trapped by it. I placed my gloves on the desk, one finger at a time, because I would not have my hands tremble in his sight. And in my own eyes, sir. He did not answer at once. The flames shifted behind him. Somewhere beyond the door, a footman crossed the corridor so softly that only the faintest board complained. He said, "In your own eyes, at last, you ought to wish to be useful, useful." I had been called willful, tender-hearted, imprudent, too easily led, too easily hurt. Useful was new. I bent over the paper, forcing myself to read the lines properly. Money settled. Rank protected. Appearances secured. Every clause was a cushion placed carefully around a fall no one intended to prevent. A household would be provided. Consideration would be shown. Regard would be had. Regard. The word sat there like a courtesy bow from a man who has already stepped upon your hem. If I agreed, I would at least cease to be a daughter waiting at another's pleasure. That was the bait, though no one named it so. Marriage would give me a house, a table not ruled by my father's temper, and a life no longer measured only by his indulgence or refusal. There are cages one grows so used to that the sight of a larger one can resemble freedom. That, more than anything, frightened me. For a shameful, flickering instant, I saw the temptation clearly. My own drawing room, my own callers, my own fireside. No more listening for the sound of his mood in the corridor before daring to ring for tea. No more standing before him like a petitioner in matters that touched my own comfort, my own movements, my own peace. A married woman, even a watched one, was not a daughter. My father mistook my silence for yielding. He said, "You see the sense of it. Softer now. Orange is well disposed. The match is honorable. It answers every serious consideration." At every serious consideration. I straightened slowly. "Does it answer mine?" His expression cooled. "You speak as if yours ought to stand apart. Should they not, if I am the person to be married? A princess is never merely the person to be married." There it was, not daughter, not woman, not heart, nor temper, nor fear. Function. I knew well enough that I had been born beneath more notice than most women bear in a lifetime. I knew what people saw when they looked at me. The succession. The future. A child not yet born and already demanded. The country had long since learned to speak of my life as, if it were public furniture, to be arranged for common use. Yet knowing a cruelty exists, does not teach one how to be easy under it. My father came around the desk. That, too, was deliberate. He always moved when he wished the room itself to belong to him more completely. He said, "This cannot be treated like a girl's fancy. You have had too much liberty in your thoughts already. What is wanted here is steadiness." I lifted my chin. "And if steadiness in me should mean reluctance, it will mean obedience." The word fell between us without ornament. I ought perhaps to have gone quiet then. Quiet often served me better than spirit. Quiet let a man think he had won before one had truly surrendered anything. But the sight of that cream paper had worked upon me strangely. It was too neat, too calm, too certain that my life could be folded and sealed by hands other than mine. So I asked the question no one in that room wished me to ask. If I marry him, am I to remain in England? My father's gaze altered by a degree so slight another person might not have noticed it. I noticed everything where he was concerned. Children do, when comfort depends upon weather signs in another face. The proper arrangements will be made. That is not an answer, Ga. It is the answer you need. I felt the blood leave my cheeks. So that was the hidden iron beneath all the velvet phrases. Not only a husband chosen for me. Not only a life settled in the language of policy. There was more. There was distance in it. Departure. The possibility of being carried abroad as if I were an article in the treaty itself, sent where the terms required, and expected to smile through the voyage. England behind me. My mother distant. My friends diminished to letters that might be opened before I received them or after I sent them. And all of it called duty, so that refusal might be named ingratitude. Something in my chest tightened until even the stays could not be blamed for it. My father must have seen enough in my face to know he had pressed too quickly, for his tone changed once more. Persuasion now. Persuasion was often only command in a better coat. He said, "You have been unhappy. Do not pretend otherwise. Marriage will settle you. It will give you station independent of every childish agitation. It will give you consequence." Consequence. He meant dignity, security, position, but I heard another meaning. Price. I looked again at the paper, at the handsome, harmless-looking lines, at the name that promised escape from one kind of power only by delivering me into another. It came to me then, not as a dramatic revelation, but as the simplest and most dreadful truth in the world. If I obeyed at once, everyone would praise my good sense, and I might never belong to myself again. When I raised my eyes to my father, I knew he saw that I had understood more than he intended me to understand. "Sir," I said, and my voice sounded calm enough to deceive even me. "Before I place my hand to any paper, I must know whether I am to marry a man or surrender to an arrangement." His face hardened. In that instant I knew two things. The first was that no answer I received would favor me. The second was that the cream paper on his desk offered freedom only in the manner a carriage offers freedom to the horse that is, harnessed to it. For the next 3 days, no one spoke to me plainly, which was how I knew the matter had advanced. Plain speaking is reserved for servants and disasters. In families such as mine, and especially in rooms touched by government, the nearer one comes to a thing that cannot decently be refused, the more delicate the language grows. Words begin to float. Nothing is fixed, yet everything is arranged. No one says you are being carried somewhere against your will. They say the proper understanding is forming. They say the future is under kind consideration. They say you must not distress yourself with particulars before the gentlemen have had time to settle them. Particulars, I had discovered, were the very bones of a woman's life. Without them, everyone might claim your comfort was secure while removing, piece by piece, every comfort you knew. I was not summoned again immediately, and that was by design. My father preferred an interval after displeasure. It allowed obedience to ripen in other people's minds, and gave them time to persuade themselves it had been their own idea all along. Instead, messages came. Not from him directly. That would have been almost frank. A lady attached to my household came to inquire whether I had slept well. A gentleman of my father's circle, all courtesy and caution, mentioned that Europe still required wise settlements after years of unrest. Another hinted, with a benevolence I disliked more than anger, that happiness was often discovered after duty had first been performed. I wondered whether men said the same to one another before sending them into battle. By the second afternoon I could no longer bear the strain of not knowing what had been promised in my name, and to whom. I sent to ask whether I might see one of the papers again. The answer returned, perfectly civil, that the details were still under review, and would be explained at the proper moment. The proper moment, in such matters, always came after resistance had become embarrassing. I dismissed the servant and walked the length of my sitting room twice, before I understood why my agitation had sharpened rather than eased. It was not merely the prospect of marriage. Marriage, terrible as it might be when wrongly made, at least possessed a shape one could look at directly. A husband, a household. A different name spoken at the end of one's own. No, what troubled me was the shadow behind it. Where? No one would answer the question because the question mattered too much. Where was I to live? How often was I to return? Under whose eye? Under what permission? To whom would I belong when ceremony had done its work and everyone who had arranged me turned to congratulate themselves? A princess may be traded without anyone using the word. A daughter may be parted from every familiar face beneath the prettiest of speeches. I had seen enough of the world to know that distance itself can be a method of rule. Put a woman far enough from what she loves, and obedience need no longer be argued. It can simply be expected. That evening there was company at table, though not enough to make the occasion appear formal. Small dinners are often the most dangerous. Large assemblies require performance. Small ones allow management. My father was in excellent humor. I mistrusted him most in that state. He spoke of trivial things at first, of weather, of dispatches, of some improvement to a room I had never cared for. I answered when I was obliged. The candles threw a flattering light upon everyone and made honesty look almost indecent. The Prince of Orange was expected to join us later in the week. Someone said. I do not know whether remark had been prepared for my benefit, but I felt at once the peculiar stillness that overtakes a room when all present begin pretending not to watch the same person. I set down my glass carefully. Expected, I said. A possibility only, said one of the gentlemen, smiling too quickly. Nothing need be inferred beyond civility. Civility is often the first brick in a prison wall. My father cut his meat with admirable steadiness. You are not required to look as if you were being led to execution. No, sir, I said. Only to matrimony. There was the faintest disturbance among the ladies, a lowered gaze, a napkin adjusted. One learns, in highly polished company, to hear scandal in the smallest movements. My father looked at me. He said, "Your wit would sit better on you, if you took less pleasure in using it against your own good." I ought to have bowed my head then and let the moment die. Instead, because I had been stewing in uncertainty until caution began to feel like a form of illness, I asked the question that had been burning me from the inside. Will my good require me to leave England? No fork halted in the air. No breath was drawn too sharply. Well-bred people perform shock by refusing to display it. My father dabbed his mouth and laid down his napkin. "This is neither the place nor the tone." "It is certainly the subject," he said. "The subject? Is your establishment? As whose?" It was too much. I knew it even as I said it. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Men who are secure in authority can afford stillness. "You forget yourself." "No, sir. It is only that everyone else appears determined to forget me." Silence followed. A complete silence. Living and offended. One candle spat very softly. Somewhere at the far end of the room a servant waited with the patience of a statue, and the ears of a courtier. My father turned to one of the gentlemen, and began a fresh line of conversation without answering me at all. That cut deeper than rebuke. To be scolded is at least to be acknowledged as troublesome enough to merit effort. To be passed over is to be reminded that a person may be inconvenient, and still considered secondary to the business being discussed over her head. I took almost nothing after that. I could not have swallowed if I had tried. When at last I was free of the table, I withdrew in a state too restless for tears. Tears would have relieved me, and relief was precisely what I was denied. My thoughts would not keep still. They moved in circless England, departure, treaty, household, Orange permission, obedience. By midnight I had worn the carpet thin beneath my own feet. The next morning brought the visit I had least wanted and most expected. The Prince of Orange did not arrive with pomp enough to justify my dread. That would have been easier. One can rally against ceremony. It was his ordinariness in a sense that disarmed the room and angered me more. He came well dressed, respectful, perfectly aware of his place and mine. Nothing in his manner gave me the comfort of obvious dislike. Had he been coarse, vain, or foolish, I might have hated him cleanly and been done with it. Instead, he was exactly the kind of man people call suitable when suitability is all they require. We were not left alone, of course. That would have suggested trust, and trust has little place in royal courtship. There were always others in the room. A lady at her work. A gentleman near the window. Someone turning pages to create the appearance of occupation. Witnesses make propriety possible and sincerity difficult. He spoke first of indifferent things. Of London, of the season, of the attention that attends public life. He had a composed voice. Not cold, not warm. The kind of voice that had probably served him well in many rooms where personal feelings were best kept under control. He said, "You have been much tried by public expectation." At last. The sentence is meant kindly, I think. I answered it badly. "Then your Highness knows how little I should wish for more of it, but." He smiled as if I had spoken lightly. It need not weigh so heavily when matters are properly settled. Settled. There was that word again, the favorite word of every person who did not mean to ask what I wanted. "And what matters are those?" I asked. He regarded me with the patience one employs toward a horse-thought spirited but manageable, or future establishment. The arrangements proper to our situation are. I cannot say why that small word struck me so unpleasantly, only that it did. Not because it was presumptuous. It would have been absurd for him not to speak so if the negotiation had gone as far as I suspected. No. It was the ease of it. The way he stepped into possession by grammar alone, as if the joining of our lives had already acquired more reality for him than for me. "And where is this establishment imagined to be?" I asked. There was the faintest pause. I saw then, more clearly than before, that everyone involved had been hoping I would not press upon the point until too much had been done to retreat gracefully. He said, "For the present. There are several considerations. That is not a place. One of the ladies bent lower over her work. His expression remained admirably controlled. There are duties on both sides which must be accommodated with prudence. On both sides. Meaning mine might be expected to move in order to suit his. The room had grown warmer, yet my fingers felt cold. I folded my hands together so they should not betray it. And if prudence should ask too much of me. I meant the question more sharply than I spoke it, but he heard enough. He said, "Surely, a princess understands that personal wishes are seldom the only guide in such matters. There are answers one remembers long after the speaker has forgotten them." That was one. Because he had not meant cruelty. A cruel man can be resisted with all one's heart. A reasonable man, speaking the reasonable truth of the world, is harder to fight. One cannot accuse him of malice when he only repeats the rule by which everyone else has also agreed to live. That was when my aversion ceased to be mere uneasiness and became something harder. I saw, in a single clear line, the life being prepared for me. Not a monstrous life, not necessarily even an unhappy one in ways the world would count. A proper life, a managed one, a praised one. A life in which I should be told, at every important turn, that sensible women accept what larger interests require. And because I had accepted once, I should be expected to accept forever. The conversation moved on. It had to. There are only so many naked truths propriety can tolerate before it draws the curtains again. Someone mentioned a concert. Someone else a mutual acquaintance. He addressed me with unfailing correctness. I replied with the same. If an observer had judged the interview by civility alone, it would have passed very well. That was perhaps the worst of it. Nothing happened that a chronicler would find dramatic. No quarrel, no insult, no scene. Only a dozen small recognitions, each one fitting itself into the next until the whole shape of my danger stood plain before me. When he at last withdrew, the room seemed larger and less breathable at once. I remained where I was for a moment, feeling everyone's discretion close around me like a net. No one approached to ask what I thought. No one dared or cared, or believed the answer actionable. I turned to the window. The day outside was damp and colorless. Carriages rolled through the square below. Men got in and out of them with the confidence of creatures who expected movement to obey intention. A woman crossing under an umbrella lifted her skirts from the mud and kept going, head bent against the weather. I watched her until she vanished. How easy it must be, I thought wildly, to disappear when no one has been taught to count your footsteps. "My dear," said one of the ladies cautiously behind me, "His Highness appears very proper." I did not turn. "Wes," I said. "That is what I fear." I heard her little intake of breath, the one reserved for remarks better not repeated. By evening my father sent for me again. I knew before I crossed the threshold that the matter had altered within me since our last interview. I had gone from dread to knowledge. Knowledge is heavier, but it steadies the spine. He looked up from a packet of papers. He said, "Well." Only one syllable, but he loaded it with the entire expectation of a father, a regent, and a man unaccustomed to hearing no when state convenience had already prepared the room for yes. I stood before him and understood, perhaps for the first time with full clarity, that obedience does not always begin when one signs a paper. Sometimes it begins much earlier. It begins the moment one agrees to speak of surrender as prudence. "I cannot think the matter so easy as others do, sir," I said, his eyes fixed on mine. And in that gaze I saw that whatever peace had existed between us on the surface was nearing its end. My father did not answer me at once. He had a gift for silence when silence served him better than speech. Other men fall quiet because they do not know what to say. My father fell quiet when he wished the whole burden of a room to shift onto the person opposite him. He set down the paper in his hand and leaned back in his chair. He said, "You cannot think the matter easy, at last, because you insist upon treating it as personal." I had almost laughed, though there was nothing in me inclined to mirth. "What comfort," I said, "that the difficulty is only my life and therefore not to be called personal." His mouth thinned. "You grow theatrical." "No, sir. Only plain." Plainness is often a form of insolence in the young. That was one of his favorite inventions, that truth becomes disrespectful the moment it ceases to flatter authority. I kept my hands folded before me. There are times when stillness is the only rebellion available. "If you wish me to think well of this match," I said, "you must allow me at least to think of it at all." He rose and crossed to the fire. I knew that movement now. He liked to speak from the hearth now, when he meant his words to come clothed in dignity. He said, "You speak as though no consideration had been shown you." "I have shown you every consideration." I thought of guarded papers, softened answers, conversations conducted around me as if I were a tapestry hung in the room for symbolic use. "Have you?" He turned. "You have been offered a husband of consequence. You have been treated as a person whose future matters." I ought to have bitten back the reply. Instead it escaped me. "My future matters to everyone but me." The words lay between us, once spoken. They could not be dressed up again. My father's face altered. Not toward anger first. Toward something colder. Disappointment, perhaps, though not the kind that feels sorrow for another. The kind that resents resistance in a tool expected to perform properly. He said, "You have had too much indulgence. Too much imagination. It has left you incapable of gratitude." Gratitude. Another chain polished until it shines. For what am I to be grateful, sir? That I may be sent where I do not wish to go. That I may be told my uneasiness is childish until it becomes inconvenient enough to be called disobedience. His hand struck the mantel with a force just short of violence. The objects upon it gave the faintest answering shake. You will govern your tongue." I did. I governed it by pressing my teeth lightly against the inside of my cheek until I could taste the sharpness there. It is remarkable how often one must injure oneself a little in order not to say something unforgivable. When I had myself back again, I said, "Then govern me plainly, sir. Do not tell me this is regard when it is policy. Do not tell me it is happiness when it is arrangement." For one moment I saw something flash through him that looked almost like honesty. He said, "What you call arrangement is the only reason you possess any station at all." That struck home because it was true enough to hurt. Birth had done everything. I had done nothing. I was important by accident and constrained by consequence. All my value had been assigned to me before I had a face anyone could remember. Yet if rank gave others rights over me, I could not help feeling it ought to give me some claim over my own life in return. "I do not deny what I am," I said quietly. "I only ask whether being what I am requires me to accept any fate prepared for me without question." He said, "It requires you to accept what reason approves. And if my reason does not," his eyes hardened fully then, he said, "a daughter's reason is safest when it does not imagine itself superior to her father's." After that there was no more to be done that evening. One does not win ground against a wall by throwing oneself at until one bleeds. I curtsied. He gave me leave to go in a tone that turned permission into dismissal. The interview ended as many of ours had ended, with neither peace nor settlement, only a colder understanding of how much force sat beneath the courtesies of our world. But I left him with one advantage, though he did not know it. I no longer doubted my own aversion. Doubt can be exploited. Certainty is harder to arrange. The house seemed full of watchfulness after that. Doors opened more quickly when I approached, and closed more carefully when I passed. Even kindness became suspicious. If a lady spoke gently, I wondered who had told her to soften me. If a gentleman smiled, I thought what instruction lay behind the smile. My life had never been entirely my own, but now I felt the machinery of that fact in motion all around me. Everywhere there were signs of management. A carriage proposed for an outing when I had asked for none. A new list of callers. A chance remark about suitable temper and women of rank. A sermon put in my way, all duty and meekness. Even the flowers in one drawing room had been altered. Orange blossoms. Whether by accident or design I never discovered, but I looked at them until they seemed an insult arranged in silver. I was expected, clearly, to grow accustomed to the idea by being surrounded with its shadow. Instead, I grew raw with resistance. There are prisons built of stone, and others built of anticipation. Toward the end of that week, I found myself at a gathering large enough to spare me direct attention, and too small to let me disappear altogether. Music had been planned. Cards were laid out in one room, conversation in another. The company was respectable, which is to say everyone present knew precisely how much might be seen, overheard, and later repeated without ever appearing vulgar. I had consented to appear because refusal would have been made into evidence against me. A woman observed too little is called melancholy. A woman observed too much is called difficult. Between the two lies a narrow path trodden in satin shoes over hidden knives. I do not remember much of the first half hour. Faces, bows, a question about my health, another about whether I had lately been amused by some performance I had hardly attended in spirit. I answered what was required. I smiled when silence would have been remarked upon. All the while I had the uncomfortable sensation of being displayed for a future I had not accepted. At one point I stood beside a table laid with glasses, no one much needed, watching the surface of a cordial tremble each time someone passed too near. "Your Royal Highness appears grave this evening." I turned, expecting another kind inquiry I must fend off with politeness. Instead I found a gentleman I had not spoken with before, though I knew well enough who he must be. Prince Leopold. His face was not remarkable in the theatrical manner some men cultivate. There was no studied brilliance in it, nothing arranged for immediate effect. What struck me first was restraint, a composed manner, an attention that did not lunge ahead of itself. He looked at one as if one's answer might be worth waiting for. That alone made him unusual. I might say the same of half the room. I answered. Then, perhaps the fault lies with the room. There was the smallest hint of amusement in it, so slight that another woman might have missed it. I did not miss it because I had grown used to men speaking around me in approved forms, each sentence prepared for public use. His did not feel rehearsed. Still, I was cautious. "A dangerous observation," I said. "Rooms have many friends." He replied, "And very few defenders." It was an odd thing, but I did not feel at once that he had approached me as a man approaches a woman already half assigned to him by others. There was no proprietorship in his tone, no smooth assurance, only a kind of measured civility in which I was, for the span of a few breaths, treated as if I possessed a mind rather than merely a dynastic function. That difference, slight as it was, touched me more than it ought to have done. "You have the advantage of me, sir," I said, though of course he had not. Then I must surrender it immediately. Leopold of Saxe-Coburg, his bow was proper, nothing more. I inclined my head. "I know your name." "I should hope so. It has been said before tonight." There it was again, that faint undercurrent, not irreverence. He was too careful for that. But something in him suggested he understood that courts often force people to speak in layers, and that he had no wish to pretend otherwise, if it could be avoided. Perhaps that alone made me reckless for an instant. "Then perhaps," I said, "you know more of me than I do of you." His expression altered almost imperceptibly. "Not alarm, not triumph," he said. "That is possible. Though it would be an unjust arrangement." An unjust arrangement. I ought not to have liked the phrase. It came too near the sorest point in me. Yet, because he spoke it without knowing how exactly it would strike, it felt cleaner than all the carefully managed kindnesses I had endured that week. A lady approached just then and claimed my attention for some trivial introduction. When she moved away again, the flow of the room had shifted, and another group stood near enough that whatever passed next must remain harmless. He seemed to know it at once. He said, "London has not been kind to many this season." Glancing toward the windows, "The air itself appears overburdened." "London often is," I said. "You do not like it." That might have been asked idly. It was not heard idly. "I like what it permits least," I said. "One can never be entirely alone in it, but one may at least imagine there are houses beyond one's own." He regarded me with that same still attention. Imagination is not a small consolation. Only to those who are not punished for it. If the answer startled him, he concealed it better than most men would have done. His gaze lowered for a moment to the glass in my hand, then returned to my face. He said, "There are punishments," carefully, "which teach a person to value quiet things more than splendid ones." That was not flirtation. At least not in the vulgar sense. It was too grave, too controlled. But it was the first remark anyone had made to me in days that did not seek either to steer me or to soothe me. It did not deny pain. It merely acknowledged it without presuming ownership. I was absurdly relieved by that. "Quiet things are not always available," I said. "No," he answered. "But when they are often worth defending." The words were plain. A court listener, had one attended closely enough, might have called them innocent. Yet something in me tightened with sudden attention. Worth defending. My father would have called that sentiment impractical. Others might have called it romantic, which is often a polite way of dismissing whatever does not immediately serve power. I did not name it anything at all. I only felt, with strange clarity, that I had been speaking for a few moments to a man who did not seem to regard my life as a series of useful placements upon a board. That alone was enough to make the conversation dangerous. Not because I loved him. That would be nonsense. Love does not spring full-grown from 4 or 5 guarded exchanges in a crowded room. No, the danger was smaller, and in some ways greater. Comparison. One does not need affection in order to recognize the shape of difference. Across the room I caught sight of my father speaking to 2 gentlemen. One hand tucked behind his back, the whole set of his figure composed and assured. He was not looking at me then, but I felt the reach of him nonetheless, as one feels weather before it arrives. I became newly conscious of every witness around us, the cards being dealt, the rustle of silk, a laugh too loud from a farther corner, the little surveillance built into civilized life. "I think," I said, "that this room is not fond of defenders either." His mouth almost smiled. "Then I shall confine myself to weather. An excellent safety, though not always an honest one, Ga." "No," I said, "but honesty is not much encouraged." At that he bowed slightly again, less from ceremony than from comprehension, and I saw that he understood the conversation must end. He said, "It has been an honor." Such words are common enough to mean nothing. Yet his did not sound empty. When he moved away, he did so without lingering and without the least show of reluctance. That, too, distinguished him. Men are often most vain when they think themselves discreet. He left me my composure as carefully as he had left me my distance. I stood where I was for several moments after, watching a gentleman at the far end turn the page of some music he was not truly reading. Rat had changed. Very little, if judged by events. No promise had been made, no secret understood, no look past that a chronicler might safely record as decisive. If asked, I could have said only that I had exchanged a few civil observations with a foreign prince in a crowded room under the eye of half a dozen people. Yet I knew, even then, that something had shifted inside me, not toward romance. I was too bruised by circumstance for that. Not toward hope exactly, for hope can be another tyranny when one has no means of acting upon it. It shifted toward measure. Until then my resistance to Orange had been built almost entirely upon aversion, dread, and that stubborn inward cry which said not this, even when I could not yet imagine the alternative. Now, for the first time I had seen another manner of being received. Another possible quality in a man, another way conversation might move when it was not already burdened by possession. Such things ought to have been ordinary. In my life they felt revolutionary. Later, when I had escaped my courage, I sat back against the worn squabs and listened to the wheels strike their way through the street. London slid past in shadow and lamplight. A woman crossing with a basket clutched to her side, a boy running messages, a doorway spilling laughter into the dark and closing again. I thought of my father's voice, Orange's careful prudence, Leopold's quiet answer about defending quiet things. It was absurd to set 3 conversations beside one another, as though they could explain a future. Yet the mind does such work in secret whether we permit it or not. It weighs tone. It compares the felt pressure of one presence against another. It asks questions the mouth is not yet ready to form. By the time I reached home, I knew only this: I had not been wrong to resist. And worse, perhaps, for my peace, I had begun to understand that resistance becomes harder, not easier, once it acquires a shape toward which it might turn. The next quarrel did not begin loudly. The worst of our quarrels rarely did. Lewdness belongs to impulse. What passed between my father and me after that evening had already gone beyond impulse. It had acquired the coldness of principle. He believed obedience a form of order. I had begun, perhaps too late for comfort, to believe that order purchased at the price of one's whole inward self becomes another name for ruin. He sent for me in the late afternoon. Rain had fallen since morning, and the windows of Carlton House were dimmed by it. The light in his private room was poor enough that the candles had been brought early, though not yet lit. Everything looked suspended in a gray hour that had forgotten whether it belonged to day or evening. Papers lay before him in a measured stack. Not scattered. Never scattered. My father's anger liked an orderly surface. He did not ask after my health. He said, "Sit down." I remained standing for a moment longer than was wise, then obeyed. It is one of the many humiliations of family life that one may be in the midst of spiritual rebellion and still find oneself complying with the smallest commands out of habit. He took up a sheet from the stack and tapped it once against the desk to square the edges. He said, "I am told that you have conducted yourself with unnecessary singularity." That could have meant anything. In a court, singularity is an accusation broad enough to cover every female offense from too much spirit to too little appetite. "I should be obliged," I said, "if I knew the charge in full." "You need not trifle." "I am not trifle enough to be charged by implication." Of his eyes rose to mine. "You have shown incivility, hesitation where there ought to be gratitude. You have encouraged a tone in others that does not become your situation." I almost asked whether my situation referred to being daughter, princess, or article under negotiation. But I had learned by then that wit, however sharp it feels in the mouth, often merely gives one's enemy a cleaner excuse to call one unreasonable. So I said only, "If I have hesitated, it is because the matter has been pressed as if my feelings could be assumed." He said, "Your feelings?" With a disdain so slight another man might have hidden it better. "Cur not the question." "No," I answered. "They are only what must bear the consequences." He let the paper fall to the desk. "This cannot continue." There was nothing dramatic in the phrase, yet I felt the room narrow at once. What cannot? This mood, this defiance, this appetite for difficulty whenever your duty is plain. My duty is plain. How often those words had been laid before me as if plainness absolved cruelty, as if a thing becomes less painful because other people find it easy to name. "If duty were as plain as you say," I replied, "you would not need so many papers to explain it." His face hardened. "The settlement is proper." "For whom?" "For all concerned." "All," I said. "Then I am honored to learn I have been counted among them." The silence after that was thin and dangerous. My father rose. "Do not force me into severity. There are sentences that carry childhood inside them no matter when one hears them." At once, I was not only the woman before him, but the girl who had listened for the shape of his footstep, and tried to guess from it whether the evening would pass in peace. I hated that old fear in myself more than I hated his authority. "I would force you into honesty first," I said quietly. "If severity must follow, I shall at least know the order of things." "You mistake yourself astonishingly." "No, sir. I think I mistake others less than I once did." That brought him around the desk. He said, "Do you imagine that every sovereign house in Europe arranges itself to please a girl's aversion?" The word stung because it diminished what I felt into caprice. "Call it what you please," I said. "I cannot manufacture regard where I do not find it." He stopped very still. In another room, in another family, the sentence might have led to persuasion, or even to some awkward attempt at sympathy. Here it led to calculation. My father was not moved by tenderness when state convenience was in question. He was moved by obstacles, and by the quickest route through them. He said, "You will find that regard often follows alliance." I looked at him. There it was. The whole philosophy laid bare. Marry first, submit first. Adjust one's heart afterward if possible, or silence it if not. And if it does not, it will not be your business to proclaim the lack. Something hot and clean ran through me at that, burning away the last softness of uncertainty. No, I said. Only to endure it. He took a breath through his nose, controlled and deep. You speak as though the Prince of Orange were some barbarous fate. I speak as though I am expected to place my life in hands I do not choose, and then to call my obedience contentment. That is enough. His voice cracked across the room with a force he had held back until then. The windows seemed to listen. For a moment, neither of us moved. When he spoke again, the volume had lowered, which made him more formidable, not less. You will understand me now. This engagement is not to be treated as a matter for girlish nerves. It has public consequence. It has diplomatic consequence. If you persist in making yourself difficult, you will discover that difficulty may be answered in ways less agreeable to you than this conversation. I knew well enough what he meant. Not blows, not vulgarity, nothing so simple. Restriction, removal, attendance sharpened, liberties narrowed until one's very hours ceased to belong to oneself. Such punishments are particularly suited to women of rank. They leave no bruise the world need acknowledge. I understand perfectly, I said. Then say so. I met his eyes. No. The word was small, and because it was small it seemed to strike harder than a speech would have done. My father stared at me as though he had not heard correctly. I had not planned to say it in that form. No one raised under authority truly plans the first Nate refusal. One circles it. One delays it. One tells oneself there will be some finer phrasing, some more graceful moment. Yet the soul will sometimes choose plainness before courage has fully prepared for it. No, he repeated. I will not pretend willingness where there is none. His hand closed over the back of a chair. You forget that this is not in your gift to grant or withhold. Then why am I pressed for consent at all? Because consent properly offered dignifies necessity. The honesty of that might have stunned me had I not already begun to suspect it. There it stood. My role was not to decide, only to decorate the decision. I rose from my chair. If necessity must be dressed, I said, it is because even those who impose it know how ugly it is when left bare. He came one step nearer. You are out of control, Ba. No, sir. Only out of patience. At that he did what he had not yet done in the whole course of our dispute. He named punishment. If you continue in this vein, you will find your movements more closely governed. Your companions may be altered. Your household may be adjusted. Do not imagine that rank protects you from discipline. I felt the blood leave my hands. Not because I had not foreseen it. Because foreseeing a thing and hearing it spoken are not the same trial. A prison imagined is still larger than a prison declared. Yet some part of me grew strangely calmer. So this was the shape of it. Not persuasion after all, but compulsion carefully wrapped and at last admitted. Knowing that ought to have cowed me. Instead it set my feet more firmly under me. You may govern every door about me, I said, but you cannot make me think this well done. I require conduct, not approval. And I possess conscience, not wax. For a second, I thought he might dismiss me outright. Instead he said, with dreadful distinctness, you will regret this. Perhaps I already did. Regret and resolve often sit in the same breast at once, to the great confusion of the person carrying them. But I curtsied, because forms survive even when affection does not, and answered, that, sir, appears to be unavoidable. I left him then, my heart beating hard enough to make the passage outside seem unsteady beneath my feet. The door had barely shut behind me before I knew there would be no return to the old surface peace. One may disagree with a parent 100 times and still remain, in some half-childish part of oneself, under the illusion that the breach is temporary. But there are certain exchanges after which illusion withdraws its services forever. By the time I reached my rooms, the house already felt changed. No order had yet been issued in my hearing. No guard set at my elbow. No lady replaced. Yet I knew with an instinct sharpened by long dependence that the air itself had altered. Servants grew more careful when passing me. Messages took on the weight of being watched before they were carried. Even the fire seemed to burn with greater attention, as though news of disobedience had entered the chimneys and settled there. I sent away the maid who came to ask whether I wished for tea, then called her back because dismissal, too, might be reported as temper. So it began. That was the true cost. Perhaps, even before the world learned of any broken engagement. Not merely scandal, though scandal would come. Not merely displeasure, though I had earned that thoroughly. It was the narrowing of one's life under scrutiny. The humiliating need to measure every request, every letter, every walk, every sigh, lest it be carried upward and interpreted as proof of instability. By evening I was informed that certain visits proposed for the following days would not take place. The explanation given was fatigue. Fatigue is a useful fiction in women. It spares families the vulgarity of naming confinement. The next morning a lady who had always been kind to me came with such care in her face that I knew, before she spoke, that she had been sent. She said, "My dear," gently, "His Royal Highness feels you require quiet." "Quiet," I repeated, a little withdrawal from agitation. I looked at her until her color changed. Does agitation now mean possessing a will? "My dear, do not make me unhappy." That, too, was part of the method. Resistance in one direction was made to wound affection in another. No prison is so efficient as the one that recruits tenderness into its service. I softened at once, because she did not deserve my edge, and because I was ashamed of how near tears had come. "I am sorry," I said. "It is not you." "No," she answered, and her voice almost broke over the word. "It is not." When she had gone I stood at the window for a very long time. The rain had passed. The sky remained low and colorless. In the square below, a gentleman lifted a little girl into a carriage, while she laughed and kicked one foot against the wheel as if it were the happiest game. A woman in a plain bonnet carried bread home under her shawl. Two boys chased each other, and were shouted at by someone unseen. Ordinary life continued with shocking indifference. It came to me then that if the engagement to Orange broke entirely, I should not escape unmarked. The world would not say, "Here is a young woman who refused what she could not honor." It would say, "Here is a princess difficult to settle. Here is a daughter at variance with her father. Here is a creature with too much feeling and too little discipline." Reputation is the tax levied upon any woman who insists that inward truth matters. I pressed my fingers to the glass until they ached with cold. And in the midst of all that bitterness, against my will and certainly against my prudence, another thought entered. Not of romance. Not yet. Romance belongs to people allowed privacy enough to cultivate it. Mine was something more dangerous in its early smallness. I thought of difference. Of one conversation in a crowded room where I had not been spoken to as if my consent were a ribbon to be tied upon necessity. Of a voice that had not presumed upon me. Of a manner that made space rather than occupation. Leopold. Only the name, nothing more. A possibility so slight it hardly deserved the word. That was why it frightened me. Aversion alone can harden into stubbornness and survive. But, once the mind begins to imagine that life might contain some other quality than the one forced upon it, resistance acquires direction. And direction, in a woman carefully watched, is perilous. I stepped back from the window. By then I knew the matter with Orange would not hold. Whether it collapsed by my refusal, my father's rage, or the awkward public disgrace of trying to drag unwillingness to the altar, I could not yet tell. But the fabric had torn. No careful hand would mend it cleanly. What remained was the cost, and the first faint outline of a future no one had yet permitted me to name. Chapter 2, His Name in Silence. After the breach, nothing improved except honesty. That was not a small thing. I no longer had to pretend to myself that the matter of Orange might still be softened into something bearable by patience, obedience, or better language. The smooth falsehood had been torn away. What remained was ugly enough, but at least it was visible. The engagement, or what the world insisted on calling an understanding, had not yet collapsed in any public forum a newspaper might seize upon. In houses such as ours, even disaster is expected to keep good manners until the final possible moment. Yet the change had begun. One felt it in the air long before one heard it in plain words. Visitors became careful. Some came with too much cheer, as if determined to prove that nothing awkward existed. Others came with that grave sympathy people wear when they long to know more than decency allows them to ask. A few did not come at all. Absence is often the fastest form of judgment. I was not told what had been said of me in drawing rooms beyond my hearing, but a woman need not be handed every whisper to know when she has become the subject of one. The servants' faces never altered quite in time when I entered. Ladies arranged their mouths too quickly after speaking. Gentlemen adopted a thoughtful respect that offended me more than laughter would have done. No one ever says, "There is the princess who refused a husband she could not esteem." They say, "There is the princess who is difficult." A difficult man is sometimes admired. A difficult woman is merely marked. My father did not thunder after our last dispute. He had gone beyond thunder. Storms pass. Systems remain. My liberty contracted by degrees, so neat that any complaint from me would have sounded hysterical to an indifferent ear. Calls were reduced. Walks were shortened. Letters were delayed under one pretext or another. Fatigue, weather, unsuitable timing, a carriage not ready, an hour already occupied. 100 little fingers closed over the edges of my day until hardly any part of it could still be called mine without argument. Even so, argument remained impossible to surrender. The first time my father mentioned the Prince of Orange again, after our quarrel, he did so as though the chief offense in the whole matter were not the arrangement itself, but my failure to wear it gracefully. He said, You have caused unnecessary embarrassment," turning a seal in his fingers, as if he would rather have been occupied with wax than with me. I stood opposite him in a room, made brighter by mourning than by comfort. "I was under the impression, sir, that embarrassment follows from concealment, not refusal," he said. "It follows from a want of command. Then someone has indeed failed."
No.
His gaze lifted. A wiser daughter would perhaps have stopped there. I had never possessed enough wisdom to protect my peace when injustice had gone too far. What was I expected to do? I asked. Smile until the carriage was at the door. He set down the seal. "You were expected to understand what is due from you." There are many things due from me, I have discovered. Truth is rarely counted among them. He dismissed me soon after that, not because he was done, but because he had learned that prolonged interviews only sharpened me further. There is a point at which authority, if it cannot secure consent, settles for management. So I was managed. I ought to have felt only rage. Instead, I suffered the more humiliating condition of mixed feelings. Rage, certainly. Shame as well, because public misunderstanding clings even to the innocent. Relief, which I hardly dared admit. And beneath all that, something thinner and less respectable than any of them. Attention. My mind returned, in moments I despised and moments I secretly cherished, to that brief conversation in the crowded room. Not because I had turned romantic overnight. I had neither privacy nor foolishness enough for that. It returned because comparison had once entered my thoughts, and would not now be driven out. I found myself recalling the exact weight of certain phrases. Quiet things, worth defending. An unjust arrangement. I did not know whether he had meant anything by them beyond courtesy sharpened by intelligence. I did not know whether he thought of me afterward at all. Very likely he did not. Men of good breeding and uncertain position do not survive courts by attaching themselves visibly to volatile daughters of princes. That ought to have ended the matter. Instead, his name acquired a peculiar life in my silence. I did not speak it. I hardly allowed myself to think it fully. Yet, it moved beneath everything, not as hope, which would have been too presumptuous, but as contrast. There are times when the heart behaves less like an organ of feeling than a set of scales. Orange on one side, all prudence, alliance, arrangement, and the cold grammar of a future already spoken for. And on the other, not love, not promise, not even expectation. Only the memory of having been addressed as if I were not already conquered. One morning, after a succession of small humiliations had left me too restless for prayer and too proud for tears, a lady who had long shown me kindness was admitted to my room. She was not old enough to scold with authority, nor young enough to gossip without calculation. I trusted her as far as trust was possible in a household where affection itself might be used in service of discipline. She sat near the fire and warmed her hands without speaking at once. That told me she had come for something more delicate than companionship. She said, "You are looking pale. I am looking observed." A faint sadness touched her face. "Those are not always different things." I sat opposite her. On the table between us lay a book one had not read and would not read. "If you have been sent to soothe me," I said, "I beg you not to attempt it. I am past soothing. I have not come to soothe you, then to warn me." Perhaps warnings from the kindly are often worse than threats from the hostile, because they carry the shape of truth rather than the pleasure of power. She turned her hands slowly in the firelight. "You must understand that your father believes himself pressed as well. That will comfort me beyond measure." Charlotte, Charlotte. Only a name, but tenderly spoken enough to reproach me. I looked down. "I know," I said after a moment. "I know there are men, papers, expectations, all the dead weight of Europe behind every word he speaks. But I am tired of being told that the existence of pressure elsewhere ought to make me docile under it here." She gave the smallest sigh. "You are not wrong." The admission startled me enough that I raised my head at once. She met my gaze with more steadiness than I expected. "You are not wrong," she repeated, "but being right will not protect you if you stand alone." There it was. Not advice. The true shape of the danger. If I yielded, I lost myself. If I resisted without allies, I might still be crushed and called unreasonable besides. My fingers tightened in my lap. "And how is a person not to stand alone?" I asked, "when every friend is watched and every kindness accounted for?" She did not answer immediately. Instead, she looked toward the closed door, as if walls had grown ears, which in houses like ours they often effectively had. She said, "There are names, at last, that it would be wiser not to repeat carelessly." At once, my whole body seemed to listen. I ought to have been cautious. I was cautious. But caution and hunger can live together, and each makes the other sharper. "I have repeated none," I said. "That is well." The fire snapped softly. Somewhere in the corridor a step passed and did not pause. She continued in the same measured tone. "You are not the only one who has reason to wish matters differently ordered." That was all. Nothing more. No confidence. No explicit encouragement. Merely a sentence dropped with such care that I knew it had cost thought before it reached me. My heart beat once, hard enough to shame me. I answered with equal care, "Wishing is a poor occupation." She said, "Sometimes. But not always a useless one." It would have been easy, too easy, to lean toward the opening in those words and demand what she would not safely offer. Had he spoken of me? Did he mean to return? Was anything being discussed beyond my hearing? But questions are dangerous when their answers, if overheard, may ruin more than the person asking them. So I said only, "In this house, one is expected to wish in approved directions." Her mouth altered very slightly. "Then it may be fortunate that thoughts can travel where carriages may not." After that she rose, adjusted the lace at one sleeve, and spoke of an entirely different matter with such bland composure that anyone listening outside the door would have heard nothing but female triviality and been disappointed. Yet after she left, the room felt altered. Not safer. Safety had not increased by an inch. If anything, danger had merely become more intelligible. But I was no longer suffering beneath the old, flat despair which says there is no life beyond the one others have chosen. There might be another line somewhere. hidden, fragile, perhaps impossible. But possible and impossible are not the same sensation once one has felt both. The difficulty lay in surviving the distance between them. Days passed in that strained half-light where nothing outward changes enough for the world to remark upon it, though inwardly one has begun measuring every hour by a different clock. At dinner my father spoke to me with correct coldness. In company I was received with extra care, which meant news of my resistance had traveled farther than anyone would admit. If the Prince of Orange's name arose, it was handled with such studied naturalness that the effort itself betrayed anxiety. Even absence became a form of mention. I learned more from what was avoided than from what was said. And meanwhile the other silence deepened. I heard, through channels too indirect to be trusted wholly, and too persistent to be dismissed, that Leopold remained in England longer than some had expected, that he was seen, that he was spoken of favorably in certain circles and guardedly in others, that he possessed, besides good manners, the less common advantage of not looking over, eager for what power might bestow. All of this reached me in fragments. A phrase in a hallway, a remark cut short when I entered, a lady's tone when a foreign name was mentioned with particular carelessness. Nothing strong enough to call fact. Too much to call fantasy. That was its own torment. There is a form of imprisonment in being forced to live on implications. One dares not build upon them, yet one cannot wholly cease listening for the next. By the close of one especially long afternoon I had walked my room into weariness and my thoughts into disorder. Dust gathered at the window in layers of brown and gray. I rang at last for candles, then dismissed the maid after she lit them because I could not bear company. The flame steadied. The room settled. Beyond the glass London blurred into lamps and smoke. I stood there, one hand against the cold pane, and admitted the truth I had been dressing in lesser names. I wanted word. Not a declaration. Not some foolish romance fit for a circulating library. Not even certainty. Only word. A sign that the difference I had felt had not existed in my own mind alone. A sign that beyond the management of fathers and ministers, beyond arrangements and wounded pride, and the public weight of my name, another human being had perceived what was at stake for me and had not found it trivial. It was a modest desire. It felt nearly treasonous. When at last I turned from the window, I found my own reflection wavering in the darkened glass behind the candles. A princess, an heiress, a difficulty, a daughter under discipline, and something else now as well. A woman waiting, against her better judgment, for hope to learn discretion enough to travel by hidden roads. Wanting word and obtaining it are not at all the same trial. For several days after I admitted the truth to myself, I behaved with such careful composure that anyone observing me from the outside might have concluded I had at last begun to improve. Improvement, in a daughter, is very often only the art of concealing where the struggle has withdrawn. My father's household had taught me that early. If one cannot win openly, one must learn to survive invisibly until the next opening appears. So I became quieter. Not meek. He would have liked meekness, because meekness can be arranged into obedience. But quieter. I ceased to answer every provocation with spirit. I let certain remarks pass. I spoke less at table. I took up a book when watched, put down a letter when footsteps neared, and gave the appearance of a woman who had begun to understand that agitation does not become her. This was not surrender. It was economy. Every protest costs something. A woman under scrutiny must decide which expenditures she can afford. The reward for my improved surface was not freedom, exactly, but a slight loosening in the fabric of my days. A visit once denied was now permitted, though shortened. A carriage was allowed for a turn in the park, provided a lady accompanied me. A message I sent received an answer on the same day instead of the next. It was astonishing how quickly one learns to read mercy in crumbs when one has been starved of ordinary liberties. I despised the lesson even while I practiced it. My father noticed the change, of course. Nothing altered beneath his roof without being weighed for cause. One morning he regarded me over his coffee with a satisfaction he tried to hide, and did not quite manage. He said, "You are more composed. I spread marmalade over my toast with deliberate care. I have discovered, sir, that strong feeling is more tolerable to others when kept from view. That is a cynical thing to say. It is also, I think, a correct one. He did not rebuke me. That in itself told me he preferred correctness in a bitter daughter to defiance in a candid one. He said, "You would find life easier." After a pause, "if you trusted those better placed than yourself to judge what circumstances require." I looked down at my plate. There are moments when contradiction serves and others when it merely satisfies one's pride for half an hour at the expense of the next 3 days. I had begun at last to understand the cost of speaking every truth as soon as it arrived in my mind. So I said only, "Life is not always arranged first for ease." He replied, "No, but it may be arranged against disgrace." That sentence followed me long after breakfast ended. Against disgrace, there lay the true machine beneath all the others. Not merely policy, not merely advantage, fear. Fear of what the world would say if a princess refused to proceed as directed. Fear of ridicule, gossip, failure, loss of control. Men in my father's position call it dignity, when they fear humiliation. Women are supposed to call it duty and be grateful for the distinction. The irony was that I feared disgrace too. Not in the same shape, not for the same reasons. But I knew what would be said if I misstepped. If I appeared willful, I would be foolish. If I appeared tender-hearted, I would be unstable. If I appeared decided, I would be unnatural. The world is generous to men who choose. It is suspicious of women who know why they do not. That knowledge sobered me. It did more than sobered me. It taught me patience of a sort I had never before possessed. I began to ask myself, not only what I wished, but by what means wishing might ever be allowed to reach the world without being crushed as soon as it took form. There are times when the difference between ruin and survival lies in finding the right person through whom a thought may safely travel. I had not forgotten what the lady in my rooms had said. Thoughts can travel where carriages may not. The phrase worked upon me. Not because it gave immediate comfort. It did not. Comfort belongs to certainty, and certainty was still denied me. But it suggested a method, and a method is often the first thing hope requires in order not to become madness. The difficulty lay in this: I could not ask directly for what I wanted without endangering everyone involved. A father may forgive a daughter's tears sooner than he forgives her networks. Feeling can be dismissed. Strategy cannot. So I waited. Waiting when one is young seems at first an absence of action. It is not. It is its own labor. One must sit, speak, listen, endure, and all the while keep one's inward life from either freezing or bursting into flame. I had done enough of both. During that interval I saw very little of Leopold, though enough of his existence reached me to keep my thoughts from settling back into resignation. Once his name was mentioned in passing by a gentleman who had no idea how carefully I listened. Once I heard that he had been at a dinner where my father was also present, and that the evening had passed in good order. Once I caught a phrase from two ladies in a corridor, cut short the moment they observed me. Very prudent. Yes, but not cold. It could have referred to anyone. I spent the next hour hating myself for minding whether it did not. The lady who had previously warned me did not visit again at once. That too was wise. Repetition draws attention. Yet one afternoon, while we sat together over some harmless piece of sewing, no one expected me to finish well, she said, without lifting her eyes from her work. "You appear calmer. I have had practice. Practice is useful, Da. So I am told." She adjusted a thread. "Not all improvement means surrender." My hand stilled for half a second. No one looking at us would have noticed. That was the nature of our lives then. The whole recognitions had to pass beneath the surface of meaningless female occupation, while men congratulated themselves that women were occupied only with trifles. "I should hope not," I said. She gave the faintest nod. "Some roads are slower than others. And some are blocked altogether. Only when no one is willing to open a gate." I should have stopped there. Prudence demanded it. Instead I heard myself ask, in a tone light enough to survive if overheard, "And who keeps the keys?" She said, Whoever can pass unsearched. There was no more after that. None was needed. By evening I had done more thinking than was good for my pulse, and less than was enough for my peace. I knew the meaning plainly now. If my preference was ever to matter, it could not emerge as girlish fancy or sudden rebellion. It must arrive through channels respectable enough that men could treat it as a question worthy of reply rather than merely an emotion to be corrected. That realization ought to have offended me more than it did. Perhaps I was too tired to spare outrage for every injustice. Perhaps one grows practical when pain lasts too long. I went to the window and stood there until the pain cooled my forehead through the loosened hair at my temple. The city stretched beneath dusk in 100 separate lives. Somewhere a cart jolted over stone. Somewhere a woman argued with a tradesman. Somewhere a child cried and was hushed. All the ordinary sounds of a world in which people loved, bargained, suffered, and chose without imagining that the whole nation had a claim on the result. I thought then, not for the first time, that obscurity must sometimes feel like a blessing granted to those who do not know to call it one. Yet obscurity was not mine. I had rank instead, with all its embroidered helplessness. The next week proved the distinction between desire and permission more sharply than any lecture could have done. A musical evening was proposed at a house where I knew a mixed company might attend. Under ordinary conditions I should have gone without remark. Under present ones, the very possibility had to be weighed. My father was told of the invitation, questions were asked. Who would be there? How late the party might continue? Which ladies would accompany me? Whether the rooms were proper? Whether the host could be trusted to manage the company? All this over music. Not because music mattered, but because movement did. A woman under management does not travel from place to place as herself. She travels as risk. At length permission was granted, though with conditions, so carefully folded around it that liberty and restraint seemed to ride in the same carriage. The evening itself was almost a disappointment, which perhaps spared me greater agitation. There were too many people to speak with any openness, and too many eyes for chance to feel innocent. I played my part. I listened, I answered. I stood where I was placed and accepted introductions as if my mind were not busy comparing every voice to another one it had scarcely heard enough to justify remembering. Once, from across the room, I saw Leopold speaking with two gentlemen older than himself and one lady of severe aspect. Nothing passed between us but the sort of formal acknowledgment any well-bred people might exchange. It should have been nothing. It was not nothing. He did not linger upon me. That, oddly, moved me more than attention would have done. A man eager to display preference would have been dangerous and, perhaps, a little vain. He showed neither. He behaved as if he understood precisely how thin the ice was beneath every step. Later, when the music began in earnest, and the company arranged itself into pockets of stillness and murmur, I found myself seated near enough to hear his voice once or twice among the others without catching the words. It was a ridiculous circumstance from which to derive feeling. Yet the heart is shameless in the materials it will use. He was there. He was real. He had not retreated into the mist of my own invention. That alone strengthened something in me which waiting had not diminished, but refined. Attachment born in ease often announces itself noisily. What grew in me then was quieter and, for that very reason, more difficult to master. It was not fed by freedom. It was fed by scarcity, by the lack of speech, the lack of opportunity, the lack of any right to expect more. Every small sign took on proportion under deprivation. When I returned home that night, my maid helped me out of my gown, while I stood nearly motionless, too tired to speak, and too wakeful to sleep. At last she withdrew, and left me with the fire burning low. I sat in my wrapper near the hearth, and asked myself, with a severity I would not have used upon another woman, what exactly I thought I was doing. Nothing, came the answer. And that was the trouble. I was doing nothing outwardly, nothing at all, and still my inward life had begun to arrange itself around a name I had scarcely spoken. It would have been easier to despise him, or to find in him some glaring defect by which I might discipline my imagination. But he had entered my thoughts not by force of charm, and not by pursuit. He had entered because every other path presented to me smelled of confinement, and his did not. That was enough to make him dangerous. Not to my reputation yet, not to my safety in any visible sense. Dangerous to my judgment, because once one begins wanting what feels morally different rather than merely personally pleasing, one can endure a great deal in silence before consenting to the wrong thing. The following morning brought a note, or rather the rumor of one. It did not come to me directly. Nothing useful ever did. Instead, I perceived, from a chain of altered expressions, delayed explanations, and one servant sent twice upon the same errand, that some communication had passed through hands above mine. Whether it concerned me I could not know. Whether I wished it did was another matter. By noon I had nearly convinced myself I was absurd. By 2 of the clock I was certain of it. By 4 I was standing beside the mantel in the room of the lady who had first spoken to me in half-lights and guarded phrases, trying to appear as though I had come merely because the afternoon was long. She spared me the humiliation of pretending not to understand. She said, "There are times," setting aside the page she had not been reading, "when patience does more than haste would." I kept my face turned partly toward the fire. Does it? It allows others to discover whether they are being observed. The room held very still after that. "Others," I said. She smiled faintly. "You must not ask me for names. I have asked for none." "Then I may tell you this much. Caution is not always indifference." My throat tightened so quickly that for a moment I feared I would betray myself by the simple act of breathing. It was not enough. It was very far from enough. It was not proof, nor pledge, nor plan. But it was more than I had possessed the day before, and because it was so little, it felt all the more precious. "Caution," I repeated because the word seemed safer to hold than any other. She said, "In some men, it is a form of honor." I looked down at my hands. No one who has not lived under surveillance quite understands what happens to hope in such conditions. It does not bloom. It does not rush. It learns to fold itself smaller and smaller until it can pass through the narrowest openings without being seen. It becomes disciplined, nearly severe, but it does not die. On the contrary, each deprivation strips it of ornament until only the essential thing remains. By then I knew the essential thing. What I wanted was not merely Leopold. It was the right to prefer him. There lay the true contest, not between one man and another only, but between inward choice and permitted destiny, between being arranged and being heard, between the life laid down on cream paper and the life that might, with luck and courage and assistance from hands cleverer than mine, still be spoken aloud. When I rose to leave, the lady touched my sleeve very lightly. "Do not let eagerness undo what patience has preserved." "I shall try," she said. Trying may be the most useful courage available to us. That night, for the first time since the breach with Orange, I slept for several hours without waking in a state of inward flight. Not because the future had become safe, not because permission had been granted, but because waiting, which had felt empty, now contained direction. And direction, once granted, has a way of deepening attachment rather than relieving it. The heart, denied the vulgar comforts of certainty, begins instead to bind itself to endurance. By morning I understood that more clearly than I wished. Silence had not cooled me. It had taught me how much I stood to lose if I were compelled, after all, to renounce the one thing I had not yet been allowed to claim. There comes a point at which secrecy ceases to protect the heart and begins instead to smother it. I had thought silence my ally. For a time it was. It kept me from foolish exposure. It spared others the danger of knowing too much. It let hope survive in a narrow chamber where scrutiny could not quite put out the flame. But silence has its own tyranny. It leaves one to be governed by gesture, rumor, delay, and the miserable habit of reading one's whole future in the turn of a servant's face. It teaches caution so well that caution begins to eat the very thing it was meant to preserve. By the middle of winter I understood that, if my preference was to matter at all, It must at some point cease to be guessed and become known. That knowledge did not make the thing easier. It only stripped away my excuses. For several mornings I woke with the same sentence already formed somewhere beneath my ribs, as if it had labored there during sleep and risen, before I had the strength to refuse it. I must say his name, not to a friend, not in a half-whisper behind a fan, not in the safety of my own thoughts, where it had lived long enough to gather both warmth and torment. To my father. The idea was so dreadful that I avoided it by turning to every lesser occupation available. I wrote notes of no consequence. I read pages without keeping them. I sat at the pianoforte and played badly enough to irritate myself. I walked from window to fire and back again until even my maid began looking at me, as though she feared a headache or a fever. At last the lady, who had done me the kindness of speaking truth when truth was least comfortable, watched me mislay a book one had been holding in plain sight, and said, very softly, "You have reached the stage at which indecision wounds more than danger." I looked up at her. There are moments when one would like to be offended and cannot manage it because the remark is too exact. "You speak," I said, "as though danger were a thing I might choose in measured portions." "No," she answered, "only as though some dangers become larger when one kneels to them." I turned away and went to the window. The trees in the square below were bare and black against a sky the color of old pewter. A carriage passed, wheels striking wet stone. A boy in a cap ran behind it with a skill born of want and practice. Life, ordinary life, persisted in the streets with an indifference that always seemed to me equal parts beautiful and insulting. "I do not know how to begin," I said at last. She came no nearer. That was her kindness too. She rarely pressed affection upon me when pride was all that stood between me and collapse. She said, "Begin with what is true enough to survive contradiction." When she had gone, I remained where I was for a long while, repeating the sentence inwardly. What was true enough to survive contradiction? Not that I loved him. Love, whatever else it may be, requires more than a handful of guarded exchanges, an accumulation of reported impressions, and the inward violence of comparison. I would not lie to myself for the pleasure of sounding romantic. Not that he had declared himself. He had not. Not even that the future with him would be easy. A woman born where I was born has no claim to easy futures. But this was true: I preferred him. Preferred his manner, preferred his restraint. Preferred the sense, slight though it was, that beside him I might be received as a person rather than installed like a solution. And this, too, was true. I could not honor any other arrangement while that preference stood alive in me. Once the truth had taken that shape, it became impossible to unlearn it. The opportunity came sooner than I wished. My father sent for me on a morning so cold that the edges of the window panes looked white even after the fire had been built up. I knew from the servant's careful expression that the summons was not casual. Nothing involving me was casual any longer. I had become one of the household's delicate subjects, like china too valuable to break openly, and too troublesome to leave unguarded. I found him in his private room, with several papers before him, and an impatience upon him that seemed to have been waiting for my arrival. He said, "Well." Before I had quite reached the proper distance from his desk, "You have had time enough for reflection." Ah, reflection. The word was chosen to flatter him. Reflection suggested that I had spent my time profitably, moving by gradual degrees toward agreement. I curtsied. "I have had time enough for truth, if that is what you mean." His eyes narrowed very slightly. "That remains to be seen." He indicated a chair. I sat. My hands were cold despite the fire, so I laced them together in my lap, less from composure than from necessity. He studied me for a moment as though I were one more document requiring assessment. He said, "The present situation cannot remain suspended. It is awkward. It invites impertinence. It encourages speculation. I will know from you, plainly and now, whether you mean to conduct yourself with sense. No father ever asks for plainness in such matters unless he believes plainness will come clothed in obedience." My heart began beating with that painful steadiness which feels at once like courage and its opposite. "You ask for plainness," Sir, I said, will you endure it if I give it? That depends entirely on its quality. There are several qualities of truth, I said. Only one of them tends to please. His mouth hardened, but he did not interrupt me. That was almost worse. I could have spoken cleverly then. I could have wrapped the thing in phrases, sheltered it in circumlocution, offered him some gentle preamble through which he might step without feeling the full insult to his authority. Instead, because I had come at last to despise the language by which women are coaxed into betraying themselves politely, I chose the harder road. I cannot marry the Prince of Orange, I said, because I do not esteem him, and because my preference lies elsewhere. For one long second nothing in the room moved. My father did not speak. The coals settled with a faint sigh. Somewhere in the corridor a step passed and diminished. Then he said, very distinctly, elsewhere. It was not a question. It was a demand stripped to one word. I had thought naming the fact would be the worst of it. I had been wrong. The worst of it was the next step, the one from abstract refusal into particular desire. So long as a woman speaks only of aversion, men may still hope to classify her as nervous, resistant, immature. But once she speaks of preference, she enters the field of choice. Choice is what authority least likes to forgive. Yes, sir. His gaze held mine with a force that felt nearly physical. Whom? There are names which seem to alter the air before they are finished. I drew breath. Prince Leopold. Nothing in his face betrayed surprise exactly. Irritation, yes. Calculation at once. Perhaps he had suspected it already. Perhaps courts always suspect before daughters imagine themselves detected. He turned away from me and went to the fire. That movement by now had become one of the recognizable stations in our warfare. At the hearth he could gather himself into the image of reason offended by female volatility. He asked, on what grounds? With such control that every syllable felt sharpened by it. Have you permitted yourself to arrive at this preference? Permitted yourself. As if even feeling required a license he had not granted. I have not permitted it, I said. It has arisen. In consequence of what? Of knowing enough to distinguish between one man and another. He swung round. You know neither. It was partly true, which made it harder to answer. I did not know Leopold deeply. I knew him only as one may know a person under the cruel limitations of our condition by tone, by reputation, by the pressure or relief one feels in his company, by the respect with which he does or does not approach a situation already arranged against one. Yet partial knowledge does not always make false knowledge. I know enough, I said quietly, to know that I would rather bind my life to a man who sees me than to one who means only to receive me. That struck him. Not because it was dramatic, because it translated the whole dispute into terms he could not wholly dismiss as girlish excitement. He might reject them. He could not entirely fail to understand them. He came back to the desk. This is fantasy. No, sir. It is judgment. It is attachment formed out of scrap silences and female imagination. And what was I offered with Orange? I said, if not a whole future built on scraps of policy and the imaginations of men. His hand came down flat upon the desk. You go too far. There was never any safe distance in this matter, but he stared at me, and I saw him doing what he always did when sentiment threatened to force its way into decisions he preferred to treat as structural. He was reducing the scene. Reducing me. Looking for the part that could be classed as temper, or caprice, or pique. At last he said, do you imagine that because you say this name aloud it acquires substance? No. I imagine only that what is true in me acquires at least the dignity of being heard. Dignity. He almost laughed, though no warmth touched the sound. You speak of dignity while inviting exactly the sort of conversation that deprives you of it, but then perhaps the deprivation lies not in my speaking, but in the world's willingness to be offended that I should know my own mind. His face went very still. This was the dangerous point in any exchange with him, the place where one could not tell whether one had struck through to understanding or merely driven him into colder anger. I had seen both before. The first was rare, the second almost never failed. He said, You encourage yourself in a very high opinion of personal inclination. No. Only in the belief that marriage without it is a form of obedience too grave to be prettily named. And you think this foreign prince offers inclination? He said. Think he offers the possibility of regard? Nothing. I went on before courage could desert me. I do not ask you to grant me a fantasy, sir. I ask only that you do not force me where I cannot honestly go, when there exists another direction in which I might go with willingness. That was the heart of it. Not romance. Not rebellion for its own sake. Willingness. My father understood that. I saw it in the slight tightening at one corner of his mouth. Willingness, if granted to one man and denied to another, transforms a daughter from object into actor. And that transformation is always politically inconvenient, he said. You presume much. Because little has been left to me. That answer ought to have angered him more than it did. Instead, something more thoughtful entered his expression, and I felt the room alter beneath my very feet. It was a dreadful, hopeful sensation. He had ceased, for that moment at least, to treat the matter as mere resistance. He was considering it, not yielding, not blessing, considering. That alone nearly undid me. When he spoke again, his tone had changed. Not softened, but shifted from paternal command to something closer to appraisal. He asked, "What reason have I to think such a match more than a fancy encouraged by contrast? Because contrast reveals truth sometimes more plainly than comfort does." That is not an answer fit for statesmen. No, I said. It is one fit for the woman to be married. He turned from me again and stood looking into the fire. I could not read his back. One never can, though one wastes many hours trying. At length he said, "This name was not to be spoken lightly." It was not spoken lightly. How long have you entertained this? Entertained. As though preference were a guest I had chosen to amuse. Long enough, I said, to know it survives fear. That, too, he understood. Fear had been the instrument of half my life. If the preference had outlived fear, it was no passing weakness. He remained silent for several moments more, then asked, without looking at me, "Has he addressed you improperly? Encouraged you?" "No." "Then upon what does he rest his pretension?" I felt suddenly, fiercely protective. Not because anything between Leopold and me deserved yet to be called an understanding, but because my father's question itself carried the old assumption that men act, and women merely receive their consequence. "He rests nothing, sir. The preference is mine." That brought him round in a single motion. "Then you have been more imprudent than I thought. Or more honest." He gave a short breath that was not quite a sigh and not quite disgust. He said, "You place me in an intolerable position." I almost said that he had placed me in one first. But the room had changed too much for triumph. We had passed beyond quarrel into something narrower and more perilous. He believed me now. That did not mean he liked what he believed. "I did not create the position," I said. "I only refused to lie about it." For the first time in the whole interview, weariness touched him visibly. Not tenderness, not paternal sorrow. Weariness of complication, of pressure, of the many moving pieces that a daughter with a will can upset by merely speaking the truth at the wrong time. He went back to the desk and gathered the papers into a straighter stack than they had been before. He said, "This matter, each word chosen with care, will be considered. There are phrases that ought to disappoint and do not. Considered. Not approved. Not welcomed. Not even encouraged. Considered." And yet I felt the blood rush in my ears as if some huge gate, rusted shut for years, had moved the width of a finger. "I am obliged to you, sir." "Do not be obliged too soon." "I shall try not to be." His eyes lifted sharply at that, but there was not enough insolence in my tone to justify a rebuke, and perhaps he was too tired of our skirmishes to begin another where the field itself had shifted. "You will say nothing of this beyond what is necessary." "I have said very little already." "You will say less."
Da.
"Yes, sir." He nodded once, dismissal and warning together. I rose, curtsied, and crossed the room with a steadiness I did not feel. My hand was already on the door when his voice stopped me. "Charlotte." I turned. He said, "If this proceeds, it proceeds under scrutiny." You would do well to remember that. Under scrutiny. Of course it would. Nothing in my life had ever proceeded otherwise. Yet the phrase itself confirmed what the rest of him had tried not to admit. I curtsied again and left. The corridor outside seemed strangely bright, though the day itself was dull enough. A footman moved aside for me. Somewhere a maid was laughing softly in a room, whose door stood ajar, until she saw me pass, and remembered to quiet herself. Life continued in all its ordinary little freedoms around me, and I felt at once heavier and lighter than when I had entered my father's room. I had done it. I had spoken his name. The world had not cracked. The ceiling had not come down. No one had dragged me away as though confession itself were treason. Yet something equally profound had occurred. My preference now existed outside me. It could be argued with, managed, delayed, perhaps crushed. But it could no longer be dismissed as a vapor in my own breast. That afternoon every sound seemed to reach me more sharply. The pouring of tea, the turn of a page, the opening of a door. I became insufferably attentive to movement in the house, as though the very boards might carry news if I listened hard enough. I hated myself for it and could not stop. By evening I had nearly persuaded myself that nothing would come of it. Consideration is the language in which powerful men postpone all things they do not wish to grant. I knew that well enough. My father might bury the matter in delay until it died of its own frustration. Then, just as the candles were being lit, the lady who had more than once served as kindness disguised in prudence entered my room without any of the usual airy preliminaries. She closed the door herself. That alone was enough to send my heart into violent motion. "Well," I said, before I could govern my voice. She looked at me with a composure I envied. "You have been heard." It was not enough. It was everything. My hand went to the back of a chair. He said no more than that it would be considered. That is more than nothing. "I know." She studied me a moment, then added, "And the consideration appears not entirely imaginary." I could not speak. She said, "He is to be seen." By whom she did not need to say. My knees nearly failed me from the plainness of it. Seen. Not in a crowded room by chance. Not at a distance through ceremony and strangers. Seen. My father was moving the matter from female feeling into political fact. All at once the whole house, the whole season, the whole weary interval of guarded patience seemed to gather and sharpen into one bright, terrible point. "Under what terms?" I asked at last. She said, "Under scrutiny. Under management. Under no illusion whatsoever. But he is to be seen." I closed my eyes for one moment. The future had not opened. It had only ceased to be wholly shut, and that, after so much silence, felt very near to grace. To be told that he was to be seen did not produce peace. Peace belongs to settled things. What came to me instead was a violent new form of uncertainty. Until then, hope had lived mostly in silence, sharpened by deprivation and guarded by the useful excuse that nothing could yet be done. Once the matter passed into movement, every hour acquired consequence. Hope ceased to be private. It entered the same world of doors, witnesses, fathers, ministers, and formal rooms, in which all my other troubles had already learned to breathe. I slept little that night. Whenever I closed my eyes, I saw not Leopold himself, but the circumstances around him. My father's face at the fire. The lady's quiet voice. "He is to be seen." The whole phrase had in it a chill that romance never cures. Seen by whom? Judged by what measure? Approved at what price? And, beneath all that, another question. One that would have shamed me if it had not been so human. Would he wish it still? Once the matter took the shape of difficulty rather than possibility. Morning came gray and damp, and the house seemed to know before I did that something had shifted. No announcement was made. No servant smiled. No one congratulated me on anything so vulgar as happiness. Yet, there was a changed alertness in the movement of the day, as though an extra thread had been drawn through the ordinary fabric and tightened somewhere beyond my sight. At breakfast my father was correct to me. Nothing more. That, too, was a sign. Men in power often speak most carefully when their thoughts are busiest. He asked whether I had slept. I answered that I had slept sufficiently. He remarked upon the weather. I agreed that it was poor. He mentioned a paper from the continent. I said I had not seen it. Nothing in the exchange would have supplied a chronicler with a line worth keeping. Yet each small civility felt deliberate, as though we both understood that open friction would now serve neither of us. At length he set down his cup. "There will be company tomorrow." I kept my eyes on my plate. "Yes, sir." "A small dinner par." "Yes, sir." He said, "It will not do for you to appear either foolishly elated or perversely cold." There was almost tenderness in that insult which made it no tenderness at all. "I shall endeavor," I said, "to offend in neither direction." His gaze rested on me for one moment longer than comfort required. "See that you do." After that he rose and left me. I remained where I was, one hand still upon the edge of the table, feeling the room tilt very slightly under the weight of what had just been confirmed. Tomorrow. All the inward discipline I had taught myself in recent weeks was suddenly put to harsher use. One may wait nobly for months, and yet be undone by a single day's anticipation. I would not be undone. I told myself so several times before noon, and believed it none of them. My maid was more cautious than usual, while dressing me the next evening, though she could not possibly have known the full cause. Servants sense tension the way birds sense weather. She asked whether the pearl trimming should be set aside in favor of something lighter. I said yes, then no, then yes again. She pretended not to notice my indecision and fastened my gown with the patient discretion of someone who had seen many ladies tremble for many different reasons and had long since learned that silence is often the highest service. When I was at last left alone for a few moments before being called downstairs, I stood at the mirror and hardly knew the face looking back at me. I did not look romantic. That was a relief. I looked pale, controlled, and rather older than I had the right to feel. A woman who had been forced to learn that private preference becomes public risk the instant it enters a royal room. That was nearer the truth. The drawing room below had been arranged with that studied ease, which always means labor has gone into making effort invisible. The lamps were lit. The fire was well built. My father stood speaking with an air of composure too complete to be natural. A few guests had already arrived, none so many as to drown significance in noise. Small dinners are where dynasties test one another, without admitting that any trial is taking place. When Leopold entered, I felt rather than saw the change in the room. Not silence. Well-bred rooms never fall silent for long. But attention altered its direction, and because everyone else was so careful not to display it, the alteration felt sharper. He bowed first to my father. That mattered. Not to my vanity, to the room, to the whole delicate machinery of permission. Whatever passed in his own mind, he understood at once that the evening stood first under my father's authority, and only second under whatever feeling might privately animate it. Had he misjudged that, he would have ruined us both. When he turned to me, his manner was exactly right. Not distant. Not warm enough to invite comment. Correct, serious, and touched by the faintest gravity, as if he knew the line he approached could not be crossed by charm. "Your Royal Highness." "Prince Leopold." Nothing more. And yet I felt, in that measured exchange, more care than I had ever found in 100 florid compliments from men whom society called suitable. We went into dinner soon after. I had feared conversation might fail under the strain of its own importance. It did not. My father saw to that. He spoke of matters abroad, of weather, of Parliament, of indifferent acquaintances, of music. He moved the current from topic to topic with a hand practiced in public life, never allowing the stream to rest long enough in one place for any real intimacy to expose itself. I sat where I could hear Leopold clearly without always looking at him. That was almost worse than sitting opposite him would have been. The voice reaches one differently when the eyes are denied their occupation. It becomes more dangerous. It suggests character where sight might only have confirmed surface. He spoke little but well, never too fast. Never with the vanity of a man trying to prove his right to the room. He answered directly when addressed and did not hurry to enlarge himself in every topic raised. The quality of that restraint worked upon me with more force than brilliance would have done. My father questioned him, though lightly enough for civility to cover the examination. Leopold answered with a steadiness that never descended into dull caution. He was respectful without servility, intelligent without showing off. I watched my father listening while pretending only to preside. There are moments when one sees, not with certainty but with a terrible hopeful instinct, that another person is surviving the trial exactly as one prayed he might. At one point the conversation turned, by no accident at all I think, to household economy and the vexations of settling into any new establishment. A lady near me spoke laughingly of the burdens of managing servants and the absurd number of details that seem to multiply wherever comfort is expected. Comfort, said my father, is often a matter of discipline more than abundance. I heard the sentence as a warning dressed in general wisdom. Leopold, after the smallest pause, said, I think true comfort depends on whether the house is ruled only for order, or also for ease. It was not a challenge. It would have been impossible to accuse it of being one. Yet the words entered me with astonishing force. Only for order, or also for ease. My father's expression did not alter, but I saw him register it. He would have heard, as I did, the difference between a man who thinks only of structure and a man who understands that structure exists to shelter life, not merely display control over it. I lowered my gaze to my plate, because looking up would have betrayed too much. After dinner, when the ladies withdrew, I found myself more exhausted than if I had danced for hours. The labor of feeling nothing openly had become nearly unbearable. A lady near me asked whether I admired the flowers. I said yes, though I had not noticed them. Another spoke of a concert expected the following week. I answered something appropriate and forgot it instantly. Every inward faculty strained instead toward the closed door beyond which the gentleman remained. What was being said? Whether anything was being said? Whether my name had entered the room as burden, as warning, as possibility? Time lengthened monstrously. At last the gentleman returned. If anyone had asked me afterward what changed at that moment, I could not have answered plainly. No word was spoken aloud to announce a triumph. No face gave itself away with vulgar clarity. Yet something had altered in the line of my father's mouth, in the way he addressed Leopold once more, and perhaps most of all in the simple fact that the evening had not collapsed into coolness or dismissal. It had held. That, for our world, was nearly miraculous. Later, in a smaller circle near the fire, conversation loosened just enough to permit a few more personal remarks without danger. My father moved away for several minutes to speak with another guest. The space left behind was narrow, watched, and wholly insufficient for any real confidence. Yet it was more than we had possessed before. Leopold stood near enough to say, in a voice low but unhurried, I hope the evening has not wearied you. It has instructed me, I said. His mouth altered slightly. Instruction can be tiring. Wes. A pause. The lamps glowed softly above us. Somewhere a lady laughed. Cards shifted in another room. All the familiar sounds of a civilized house went on, and under them my pulse beat so hard, I wondered how anyone near me failed to hear it. He said, I am glad, at last, that some things may now at least be spoken of with greater clearness. It was a careful sentence. Nothing in it could be quoted against him. Yet the care itself made the meaning stronger. As am I answered. Another pause, though not an empty one. He did not ask for assurance. He did not press nearer in manner or tone. He gave me, in that brief space, the one thing most others never had. The dignity of not being hurried. My father's return ended the moment, before it could become dangerous. When the evening at last closed and I was free to withdraw, I felt not giddy, as a foolish girl in a novel might have done, but sobered almost beyond speech. Something real had passed through the room. Not a declaration. Not even an understanding properly so called. But a recognition now held not only in my own breast, nor even only in his, but within the structure of permission itself. That made it weightier. The following weeks moved quickly by the standards of inward suffering, and very slowly by the standards of longing. Interviews took place beyond my hearing. Names I was supposed to notice floated up and vanished again. My father was sometimes absent when I expected him, sometimes uncommonly brisk when he returned. More than once I caught in the house that charged stillness means papers have changed hands, and no one below the highest level is to know their content. Then, in March, the thing took form. No bells rang. No one came running with romantic tears and embraces. Royal engagements do not arrive that way, not when they are stitched through with politics, commotion, and paternal vanity. My father sent for me. I went with the composure of someone walking toward a verdict. He did not keep me standing this time. That alone was enough to shake me. He said, "The matter?" With all the dryness of a man refusing to be generous where history might force him to be reasonable. Oz advanced. I sat very still. "There will be terms," he continued. "There are always terms. But the engagement may be considered settled." I do not know whether I answered immediately. If I did, the words were without shape in my memory afterward. What I remember instead is the extraordinary sensation of inward soundlessness. After so much pressure, so much resistance, so many inward arguments repeated until they seemed part of my breathing, the result did not arrive as joy at first. It arrived as release too sudden to be trusted. My father watched me with a look almost wary, as if fearing feminine display. He said, "You would do well to remember that marriages of this kind are not secured for the indulgence of sentiment." The old impulse to answer sharply rose and then, for once, passed. "I shall remember, sir," I said. That seemed to satisfy him more than gratitude would have done. When I left his room, the world looked both familiar and entirely changed. The same corridor, the same servants, the same house that had felt, only weeks before, like a polished form of captivity. Yet my step moved through it differently because I was no longer being driven toward what I could not honor. I was moving, at last, toward what I had chosen. Choice does not erase pressure. It only makes pressure bearable by giving it meaning. The weeks between engagement and marriage were among the strangest of my life. Everything accelerated. Fabrics, fittings, messages, visitors, ceremonies, expectations. Once a wedding is agreed upon, the world behaves as though it had always been inevitable. The very people who doubt, delay, and discipline a woman when she resists will afterward praise the smoothness of events, as though smoothness had existed from the start. I was congratulated by women who had pitied me, by men who had once found me inconvenient, by acquaintances whose good wishes seemed to have sprung up overnight from the fertile ground of success. It is astonishing how many people claim to have understood one's heart once that heart has received official sanction. And throughout it all, another truth remained. My choice had been granted, yes. But it had been granted inside the same world that had nearly denied it. I was not stepping out of history into private bliss. I was entering marriage under witness, under expectation, under the enormous public hunger for settlement and succession which had shadowed my life from birth. Sometimes, in the midst of preparations, that knowledge would strike me so sharply that I had to pause and steady my breath. Then I would see Leopold. Not always alone, hardly ever alone, but enough. Enough to learn that relief need not make one careless. Enough to understand that his quiet manner was not emptiness but control. Enough to feel, with growing certainty, that the regard I had guessed at in fragments possessed real substance when allowed to stand in daylight. No great speeches passed between us. No wild vows. We had neither the privacy nor the vulgarity for them. What passed instead was better suited to a lasting life: patience, observation, small mercies. The sense that one was neither being occupied nor managed, but met. That was more dangerous to the heart than any romantic extravagance could have been. At last came May. The morning of the wedding rose clear enough that the city seemed scrubbed for spectacle. Carlton House, which had so long felt to me like the seat of paternal arrangement, had transformed itself for ceremony. Rooms glowed. Servants moved with heightened purpose. Every object seemed to have been polished into obedience. I was dressed by many hands and spoken to by many voices, most of which I scarcely heard. There are days when one's own life acquires the texture of theater, not because it is false, but because too many people are occupied in preparing its visible surface. When at last I was left alone for one brief moment, before being let out, I stood with my hands clasped so tightly together that the jewels at my wrists felt cold as water. This, I thought, is the reward and the price. I was marrying the man I had chosen. I was also becoming, in the same instant, a greater object of public meaning than I had been before. Wife. Hope, future mother of what the nation longed to call security. My private relief had already been claimed by public appetite. The realization did not diminish what I felt. It only purified it. When I saw Leopold waiting, the whole world of scrutiny, rank, expectation, and noise seemed for one breath to arrange itself at a distance. Not disappear. It never disappears for people such as we were. But distance is enough sometimes. A space in which the heart may speak before duty answers back. His face, when I came near enough to read it, held neither triumph nor display, only gravity, tenderness held under control, and that same quality I had trusted from the beginning. Space. A place in which I might enter not as a treaty concluded, but as a woman received. I think that was when joy finally reached me. Not wild joy. Not careless joy. Something steadier and perhaps more dangerous because it could survive real knowledge. The ceremony proceeded. Words were spoken. Vows were made under the eyes of family, court, country, and history. And beneath all that weight, a simpler truth endured. I had not been carried to the altar by surrender alone. I had come to it by choice. When it was done, and the room had altered irrevocably around us, the applause of approval seemed almost to come from very far away. I stood beside him and felt, with exquisite clarity, both the triumph and the warning lodged within the same instant. I had won what I wanted. But nothing in my life, not even love, would ever be permitted to remain wholly my own. Chapter 3. A quiet house in Surrey. Marriage altered everything at once and almost nothing immediately. That was the first surprise. One is raised, as a princess, to think in thresholds. Before and after, unmarried and married, daughter and wife, private woman and public emblem. The world loves such divisions because they render life easy to announce. A bell rings, a vow is spoken, a new title attaches itself to one's name, and everyone behaves as though the soul must have changed clothes in the same instant. Mine had not. I was the same woman who had stood before my father and refused to call necessity happiness. I was the same woman who had learned to hide hope inside silence until it could travel by safer roads. I was the same woman who had come to the altar with joy in one hand and warning in the other. And yet, beneath that sameness, something had shifted so profoundly that I felt it in the smallest motions of my day. I no longer belonged in quite the same way to my father's house. That knowledge came upon me not through sentiment, nor through some tender speech spoken at the close of the ceremony, but through movement, through doors, through servants, through the direction in which people turned when a question arose concerning my comfort or my place. Through the fact that when the first wave of formal congratulations had passed, I was not asked what my father preferred, but whether I wished to withdraw. Wish. Such a small word, and yet it struck me with nearly indecent force. I had wished many things before, of course. Everyone had known it. The distinction lay in whether the wish carried weight enough to shape the world around it. A daughter's wish may be heard and then set aside. A wife's, though hardly sovereign, can at least sometimes be treated as a practical matter, rather than a moral inconvenience. That evening, after the ceremony, and the press of faces and the endless murmur of satisfaction from people who had not borne the struggle of securing it, I found myself at last in a room less crowded, less bright, and infinitely dearer to me for both reasons. The house still hummed with distant activity. Doors opened and closed. Voices traveled through corridors in softened currents. Somewhere far off, glass touched glass, and laughter broke out, then was swallowed again by walls and carpets. The whole apparatus of celebration continued, as if joy must be kept publicly employed lest it weaken in private. I stood at the hearth and looked into the fire. My gown felt suddenly heavy. My head ached faintly beneath the remains of arrangement and ceremony. Every muscle in me seemed to have spent itself not on any one action, but on the prolonged effort of bearing significance gracefully. There is a fatigue peculiar to women on public days. One must not only endure events, but wear them becomingly while they pass over one. When the door opened, I turned with that instinctive brace the body learns in houses where interruption so often brings some new management. Then I saw Leopold. He had removed nothing of the gravity with which he had stood beside me before the world. If anything, its shape had gentled. The room altered the moment he entered it, though not because he filled it with himself, rather the opposite. He carried with him that unusual quality I had noticed from the beginning, as rare in court as sincerity and perhaps more useful. He made space. For one moment neither of us spoke. The silence was not awkward, it was only new. We had come through so many conversations conducted under watch, so many glances measured to the quarter inch, so much feeling compelled to travel in guarded phrases, that the sudden absence of immediate witness felt almost unreal. At last he said, very quietly, "You are tired." There are observations which pass for tenderness merely because they are kind. This was not one of them. It was true, and because it was true it nearly undid me. "Yes," I said, and felt my voice come back to its natural measure for the first time that day. Intolerably, the faintest smile touched his face. "Then I am relieved. I had begun to suspect royal weddings were designed as a test of endurance." "They are designed," I said, "to prove that one may be exhausted and still smile like a saint on a painted window. That seems an unjust expectation, It is an old one." He came nearer then, though not so near as to presume upon the privacy we had only just been granted. I was grateful for that. "There are moments when restraint is the purest form of care," he said. "I had wished to ask whether you were well, but there appeared to be no interval in which the question might belong to us. Us." The word struck me very differently from the way it had when Orange had used it. Then it had felt like possession claimed too early by grammar. Now, it felt like shelter. "I was well enough," I answered, "only much looked at. I fear that cannot be remedied at once." "No." I glanced toward the door, though it remained closed. "It appears not." He followed my glance and understood it precisely. That, too, steadied me. The romance of marriage, as preached by foolish people, lies in the illusion that the world falls away the moment vows are spoken. For us it had not fallen away. It had merely moved back a pace. But a pace can mean everything when one has been living with pressure seated at one's very shoulder. He asked whether I would sit. I did, more because my knees had begun to remember the length of the day than from any impulse toward elegance. He remained standing for a moment by the mantel, his hands lightly joined behind him, then took the chair opposite mine rather than the place beside me. It was such a thoughtful distance that I could have loved him for it. Then had I allowed myself the word. Instead I said, because honesty had become between us a sort of instinct, "I do not know what one is meant to say at this stage." He lowered his eyes briefly, and I saw amusement, but never at my expense. He said, "That is fortunate." "Neither do I." I laughed then, properly laughed. Not the social sound one makes to ease a room, but something truer and, because of that, far more shocking after the long formal day. The relief of it was so sudden I almost felt ashamed. He looked at me with a softened expression I had not yet seen fully in the light. He said, "I am glad of that." "So am I," I answered. And because the fire was warm, the room comparatively still, and my nerves at last unable to maintain the rigid posture of public ceremony, I let my head rest for a moment against the back of the chair and closed my eyes. When I opened them again, he had not moved closer. He had not filled the silence with courtesy, nor tried to make a performance of his own feeling. He simply remained there, letting quiet become possible. It is difficult to explain to those who have always possessed it how precious quiet may be when one's whole life has been lived under observation. Quiet is not emptiness. It is recognition without interference. A place where thought may complete itself before being corrected by louder wills. "I think," I said at length, "that if I were left alone with congratulation for another hour, I should come to hate being happy. I hope we may avoid so severe a consequence." The word may warmed me strangely. People spoke around me so often in certainty. "This must be done. That will occur. You shall go here, receive them, answer thus." Even joy was handed to me like an instruction. With Leopold there was another manner altogether. Possibility. Not weakness. Not indecision. Simply the civilized understanding that one soul does not own the weather of another. "Do you find it odd?" I asked. "The day. The fact of it. That it has truly happened." He considered before answering. He said, "No, at last. Only grave." That was exactly right. Had he called it delightful, I think the word would have jarred. Delight is too light a garment for a thing paid for at such cost. Grave admitted the whole truth of it. The struggle, the scrutiny, the political weight, the inward fear, and still the realness of what had been won. "Wes," I said. Grave. Another silence, not empty again, settling. Beyond the room, the great house still lived noisily enough to remind us that nothing was fully private. Yet the noise had grown remote, like weather heard from behind thick curtains. At last he said, "You have come through a great deal." I looked at him. "So have you?" "Less than you." "No." I shook my head, only differently. It mattered to me even then that he should not place all suffering on my side and nobility only on his own. Men sometimes make an ornament of a woman's endurance because it flatters their tenderness to admire it. I had no wish to be admired into loneliness. He seemed to understand the refusal beneath my tone. He said, then differently. The simplicity of that acceptance moved me more than agreement would have done. A knock came at the door, not loud. One of those apologetic knocks by which servants attempt to preserve the fiction that those above them possess peace even when the whole house is busy spoiling it. A tray had been sent. Tea. Some light dish no one believed I had eaten properly at dinner, and a folded note concerning arrangements for the following morning. I read the note and felt the whole public structure rise before me again as if it had been waiting just outside, hat in hand, for permission to re-enter. Calls. Movements. Appearances. A route suggested for the day after next. Persons to be received. Persons to be acknowledged. A household beginning already to shift around the needs of married rank. I let the paper fall to my lap. He had watched my face without intruding upon the contents. Bad news. No. I smiled faintly. Only married life announcing itself in lists. He leaned back a little, and that same restrained amusement touched him once more. Then we are introduced to it together. There was comfort in that too. Not because lists became charming when shared, but because burden alters when another person is willing to call it burden and not merely duty. We took tea. I ate more than I had expected to, partly from hunger returning when watched less closely, partly because he spoke to me of indifferent things in such a way that the act became natural again. Not entertainment. Restoration. By the time the tray was cleared, the candlelight had softened further and my wariness had ceased to feel like an enemy. It had become merely the truth of a long day. I thought then, with a strange mixture of gratitude and sorrow, that I had never before in my life been so exhausted in company and so little oppressed by it. Later, when the house had quieted enough that even the distant voices seemed to walk more softly, I found myself standing beside one of the windows. Outside, the night lay over London in a haze of lamps and thin smoke. A carriage rolled away from the house. Another arrived. Even at such hours the city did not wholly sleep. Somewhere beyond the square ordinary people were undressing children, banking fires, mending clothes by poor candlelight, closing shutters against weather and debt and tomorrow. All the hidden domestic lives of England continuing while mine was being rearranged under chandeliers. Leopold came to stand near, though not directly beside me. "Do you regret?" I asked, surprising myself with the abruptness of it, that it must all be so public. He did not answer hastily, which was one of the reasons I trusted his answers. He said, "Wes." And no. I turned to him. "No," he said. "No. Because what is public in our lives will not vanish because we dislike it. I would rather know the terms on which we stand than imagine we are free of them when we are not." That was not a romantic answer. It was a true one. Yes. At that he looked out toward the square again. He said, "The yes is for every part of your life that has been treated as if witness improved it." I looked at him for a long moment after that, and said nothing at all. There are speeches one remembers because they are beautiful, others because they are exact. The exact ones last longer. When at last the hour made further wakefulness absurd, I withdrew with the odd feeling that I had crossed no dramatic threshold, and yet entered a wholly different country of being. The next morning proved how much of the old life still clung to the new. Servants came earlier than I wished. Questions met me before I had fully met myself. There were matters of dress, timings, messages to be acknowledged, and several people who appeared to believe that newly married happiness must necessarily produce energy enough for 10 ordinary women. By noon I had nearly laughed at the whole fiction of bridal ease. And yet, under the inconvenience, something fundamental remained altered. When an arrangement displeased me, I did not at once think of concealment. When a plan seemed too crowded, I asked whether it might be changed. When I was tired, I said so. The world did not instantly break. It resisted, amended, side-adjusted, and went on. That may sound a poor sort of triumph. It did not feel poor to me. In the days that followed, London seemed louder than ever. Congratulations multiplied. New obligations rose from old acquaintances like mushrooms after rain. Everyone wished to be satisfied that the marriage looked well, moved well, promised well. Even happiness, I discovered, could be inspected for public use. It was then the talk of Claremont began to take firmer shape. I had known, of course, that some more settled arrangement beyond the immediate demands of town life must follow. A marriage cannot live forever in ceremonial rooms and crowded houses arranged by others. It needs, if not privacy entire, then at least some territory in which to breathe. Claremont appeared before me first not as romance, but as prospect. Surrey. Distance enough from the constant press. A house that might become ours in texture if not entirely in freedom. Not exile. Nothing so dramatic. Merely a loosening from the worst immediacy of court. The thought of it worked upon me more than I had expected. Not because I believed a house could solve what history had built. No house could do that. But I had lived too long in rooms that belonged first to hierarchy, then to mood, and only last to comfort not to understand what it might mean to cross a threshold where ease had at least some claim beside order. One afternoon, after a succession of callers had left me smiling in that bright fashion by which fatigue passes for grace, I found Leopold in a smaller room off the principal drawing room, reading a paper he had not, I think, made much progress in. I closed the door behind me and leaned against it. He looked up at once. "You are besieged by goodwill," I said, "which is almost more exhausting than hostility, because one is expected to thank it." He set aside the paper. "Then I am doubly sorry for the next 5 visitors. There must not be 5. 4. Not 1. That drew from him a real smile. I crossed the room and sat opposite him, then said, before Prudence had time to turn the question into something better arranged, "Will it truly be quieter there?" He knew at once what there meant. He said, "Quieter than this, though perhaps not as quiet as we should like." I thought of Claremont then, though I had not yet seen it as home. Trees, rooms, distance. A changed rhythm of days. The possibility of mornings not begun in immediate witness. "That may still be enough," I said. He regarded me for a moment with that same attentive stillness, which never felt like being pinned beneath examination. He said, "Wes, it may." And in that may again lay the thing I was coming to cherish above all others. Not promise made too broadly. Not delight painted over difficulty. Only the honest admission that peace, when it comes at all, often comes in portions. That evening, when I was at last alone, I thought of Carlton House, of my father's rooms, of the cream paper laid down before me as if my life might be sealed by hands other than mine. I thought of the road from there to here, not long in years perhaps, but immeasurable in inward labor. I was not free. I knew that. I was not hidden. I knew that too. But I was no longer merely the daughter waiting to be arranged. I was a wife beginning, with caution still attached like a ribbon, not yet cut away. To imagine a house in Surrey where the days might belong a little less to history and a little more to breath, to quiet, and to the first careful shape of home. Claremont did not become home in a single day. That, too, was a mercy. Had it received me all at once, I think I should have mistrusted it. Women raised under management do not immediately believe in ease when ease is first offered. We approach it like animals long kept in too narrow a pen, suspicious of any open gate and half convinced it must conceal some new arrangement of ropes. Yet from the first journey there, I felt a loosening in myself, so unmistakable that I dared not name it too quickly. The road out of town seemed to lengthen not merely through distance, but through atmosphere. London had its own pressure even when it meant to celebrate one. Wheels, voices, invitations, speculation. The sense that every room contained one person too many, and every day 3 duties more than it had honestly room for. One breathed there, certainly, but never quite at the depth one required. As the city began to thin behind us, I sat back in the carriage and looked out at the changing line of the world, with a greed I would have thought my dignity had the feeling not been so pure. Houses gave way to stretches of open ground, then to hedges, then to that milder, greener order which belongs not to ceremony but to land itself. Fields held the light differently than streets did. Trees seemed to stand with less ambition. Even the air, when we stopped briefly and the door was opened, came in with another temperament. I had not realized until that moment how starved I had become for air that belonged to no drawing room. Leopold noticed, though he said nothing immediately. He was learning, as I was, that some observations are best left to settle before being spoken aloud. At last he asked, "Do you approve of Surrey more than London?" "Infinitely." He smiled. "That is not a diplomatic answer." "I have been diplomatic for so long," I said, "that I begin to think honesty one of the privileges of the country." That is an argument in its favor. Then, we must never leave it. We should be very fortunate if the world agreed. The remark did not darken me, because it was true and lightly held at once. That was another of his gifts. He did not insult happiness by pretending difficulty absent, but neither did he let difficulty occupy every chair in the room. When we arrived, the house stood before us with that particular mixture of grace and reserve which some places possess, before one has earned the right to call them familiar. It did not thrust itself forward. It waited. Trees enclosed it in a manner that felt protective rather than confining. The very lines of the place seemed less sharpened by human will than those of town houses are. London houses always appear to me as if they have been compelled into elegance by a series of arguments. Claremont, by contrast, looked settled into itself, as though it had no need to prove anything to the road. I stood for a moment after alighting and simply looked. No servants hovering in antechambers waiting to carry my motions further than I had intended them. No immediate line of callers. No sense that 10 unseen persons would at once begin interpreting my face. There were, of course, servants enough, obligations enough, and witness enough still. I was not foolish. A princess does not step into private life as a milkmaid steps into a meadow. Yet the scale had changed. The noise of being perpetually public had at last dropped by several degrees. That alone felt nearly luxurious. Inside, the rooms were handsome without being oppressive. Light reached them more kindly. Windows looked outward toward things that were not other people's curiosity. A house reveals its moral character by what lies beyond the glass. In town, one sees neighbors, streets, arrivals, departures, the whole restless traffic of status and speculation. Here there was lawn, a turn of gravel, farther green, the shape of trees, the suggestion of a path one might walk, without feeling half the kingdom, had been invited to witness it. I moved slowly from room to room at first, not from languor, but from the odd caution of a person, trying not to fall in love with what may yet be denied. One chamber pleased me for its light, another for the view beyond the windows, another because it seemed at once orderly and habitable, not arranged only to impress a guest who would never sit in it long enough to feel cold. When at last I came into a smaller room, plainly meant for less public hours, with shelves enough to give it sense, chairs placed not ceremonially, but usefully, and a window looking toward a stretch of garden half in shade, I stopped altogether. "This one," I said. Leopold, who had followed without hurrying me, looked in over my shoulder. "You have decided quickly. I have recognized necessity." He laughed softly. "In that case I shall not oppose it." "It does not demand admiration," I said, stepping farther in. "Only occupation. Those are often the best rooms." He was right. Grand rooms have their place, especially in lives such as ours, but one cannot make a soul live in splendor continuously without reducing it to exhaustion. The smaller rooms, the ones built to shelter habit, reading, idleness, thought, a cup set down in the same place twice, are the ones that teach a house to become human. Within a few days a rhythm began to form. Not a perfect one. Perfection is the invention of those who are not required to inhabit their own arrangements. We still had messages, accounts, household questions, persons to receive and persons to answer. Not to mention the constant invisible line by which public life continued tugging at the sleeves of private existence. But the rhythm existed all the same, and because it existed, I loved it almost before I trusted it. Morning altered first. In London the day had always begun for me under the sensation of being already late to someone else's expectation. There would be notes. A household agenda. Instructions half couched as considerations. The pressure of being seen before one had become oneself. At Claremont, even when duties waited, the first hour seemed to belong more honestly to the body and the mind. One woke not to immediate collision but to sequence. Light at the curtains. Air less tired than that of town. The ordinary sound of a house stirring by degrees rather than summoning itself into performance. Sometimes I would ring sooner, sometimes later, and no one appeared to consider this a constitutional matter. Such liberties sound small when spoken aloud. They are not small to a woman long accustomed to having every hour translated into accountability. Breakfast, too, changed its character. We were not always alone, nor could we pretend to be. And yet there were mornings when the meal belonged chiefly to us, and I found myself learning the peculiar relief of speaking without first arranging every sentence for the ears of a father, a courtier, or some lady whose discretion had already been lent to someone else. At first I remained careful out of habit. One does not immediately begin living naturally merely because one has crossed a county line. There were moments when I heard myself answer with the same measured politeness I would have used at a public breakfast in town, and then flushed inwardly at the foolishness of it. Leopold always perceived the change, though he never mocked it. He simply went on speaking in that composed, undemanding way which left room for the other person's stiffness to dissolve of its own accord. One morning, after I had thanked him for passing the marmalade with such formality that I might as well have been receiving a foreign delegation, he said, "We are not at Carlton House. I am aware of that. Then perhaps we need not eat like ambassadors." I looked up and found, to my own astonishment, that I was smiling before I had properly chosen to. "That depends," I said. "Do ambassadors take too little tea or too much?" "They take it strategically." "In that case I have been one all my life." "Then I hope the country may reform you." There was nothing extraordinary in the exchange. That was precisely its power. Extraordinary things had governed too much of my life. What soothed me at Claremont was not rapture but ordinariness permitted to acquire value. After breakfast we often walked. The paths and grounds became known to me not through spectacle, but through repetition. A turn near the shrubbery, where the earth kept dampness longer than elsewhere. A place from which the house looked softened by branches. One stretch of path, where the light fell in the afternoon, with such quiet exactness that I began, without deciding it, to prefer that hour for being abroad. I learned where the breeze came first and where it lingered. Which door was likeliest to stand open in mild weather? Which room held warmth longest after sunset? There are people who imagine love made entirely of declarations. I do not believe them. Love, or what grows toward it honestly, is made as often from shared attention as from speech. To notice the same tree stripped by weather, the same turn of sky before rain, the same room in which one is less tired than expected, and to know the other person has noticed too, that creates its own kind of intimacy, quieter and perhaps more lasting than all the theatrical forms. The one afternoon in the garden, after I had paused to look at a bed not yet in its fullest bloom, I said, "I think houses are like marriages." That drew from him a glance of amused caution. That may be either a promising comparison or a dangerous one. They cannot be judged on the first day, he said. Then it is promising. I mean only that both must be lived in before they can be known. He considered it. And both are spoiled by too many spectators. Yes. We walked on, the gravel sounding lightly beneath our steps, he said, and yet, after a moment, some houses survive spectators very well. That is because their doors shut. He looked at me then with that expression which always contained both intelligence and sympathy without ever descending into pity. I hope ours shall learn the skill. Ours. Again the word settled differently upon me here than it ever could have done elsewhere. Claremont taught me, perhaps more than marriage itself had yet taught me, that possession may be either tyranny or refuge, according to the spirit in which it is offered. In the afternoons, when no visitor or necessary paper disturbed the peace too severely, I sometimes sat in that smaller room I had chosen on the first day, with a book half read and little progress made, because the deeper occupation was not reading at all, but growing accustomed to the sensation of not being immediately interrupted. Once, twice, 3 times, I would look up from the same page simply because the silence itself was still too novel to waste. On one such day Leopold came in without ceremony, carrying a letter he had finished and no air of wishing to intrude. He saw at once that I had been reading and asked if he should go. No, I said too quickly, then, because quickness itself embarrassed me, added, "Unless you intend to speak to me of accounts." I had no such design. Then you may stay. He sat near the window and took up another paper, and for nearly half an hour we said almost nothing. To anyone watching from the outside, the scene would have appeared absurdly dull. Husband at papers, wife at a book. No wit, no sighing confidences, no performance of felicity. I believe I was happier in that half hour than I had been through entire evenings of triumph. At length he said, without looking up, "You have not turned a page." I am considering whether the fault lies in the author or in my thoughts. Can either be trusted? Rarely. He folded the letter and set it aside. Then, perhaps the room is to blame. It is too peaceful, Doc. That is a grave accusation. It is. I shall make it repeatedly. And he smiled at that, and because his smile did not ask anything further of me, I was able to return to my book in a state near contentment. The house itself began to remember us. I do not know how else to phrase it. Places grow intimate by receiving the same people at the same hours, by holding their habits, by ceasing to startle them with their own space. A shawl left and found where one expected it. A chair taken more than once after dinner. A request made to a servant that did not require explanation, because it had become customary. The simple relief of being known in one's preferences without feeling ruled by them. I discovered, for instance, that I liked one particular window unlatched in the morning if the weather allowed, that I preferred tea in the smaller room rather than the larger drawing room whenever company did not force the contrary. That I walked better before dusk than after it. That letters were easier to face after I had been out of doors. Such things had always existed in me, no doubt. At Claremont they began to take shape because the day was no longer so thoroughly an argument against them. There were evenings, too, when after dinner we remained not in the principal rooms, but withdrew earlier than London would ever have permitted, and those hours taught me, perhaps the greatest lesson of all. Tenderness does not always announce itself. Sometimes it accumulates by not being violated. A chair drawn nearer the fire because the room had cooled. A question asked once, not 5 times, because the answer had already been respected. Silence that was companionship rather than judgment. The discovery that one may be tired without becoming troublesome, thoughtful without becoming suspect, quiet without immediately being diagnosed unhappy. No woman should find such mercies astonishing. I did. One evening, while rain struck softly at the windows and the whole house seemed wrapped in weather, I said, "I think I begin to understand why ordinary women marry without half the terror I once imagined." He looked across at me. "Only ordinary women." "No, but women who are allowed to believe that a house may become theirs." "And do you believe it?" The question ought to have been simple. It was not. "I believe," I said slowly, "that it may become ours enough for me not always to feel received on sufferance." His expression changed, though very slightly. "You are not here on sufferance." "I know." I lowered my gaze to my hands. But knowing is not always the same as having the old fear leave the body. He was silent for a moment, and I prepared myself for reassurance, kind and perhaps slightly misplaced. What he said instead was, "No. It is slower than that." I looked up at once. There are few greater kindnesses than to have one's damage neither exaggerated nor denied. "Yes," I said. "Slower." The rain went on at the windows. Somewhere in the house a servant crossed a corridor and did not disturb the peace. The fire settled lower. In that hour I thought, not for the first time, that Claremont had given me something marriage alone could not yet have given. Proof. Proof that happiness might exist not only in feeling, but in arrangement. In daily life. In the practical architecture of hours shared without contest. I did not mistake it for permanence. I was not so reckless. We still lived under public expectation, under family history, under the nation's endless appetite for signs, Hare's continuation. But private peace no longer seemed a fiction invented by women with lower names and better luck. It had become, however briefly, credible. And because it had become credible, it also became dear. That was the danger hidden inside our happiness. Not that it was false. Precisely, that it was true enough to lose. Claremont taught me peace first by granting it, and then by proving how fragile it was. That, I think, is the true order in which all cherished things are learned. One does not understand the value of shelter only by stepping under a roof. One understands it when the wind finds the cracks. Our early weeks there had given me a happiness so moderate in appearance, and so profound in effect that I had almost begun to believe the world might leave us to it for a little while. Not forever. I was not foolish enough for that. But for a season perhaps. Long enough for habit to settle more deeply than scrutiny. Long enough for the house to grow around us as something inhabited rather than observed. The world had other ideas. It began, as intrusions often do, with goodwill. Notes arrived. Congratulatory, affectionate, well-phrased, impossible to resent without appearing monstrous. Certain friends of the family wished to pay their compliments. One relation had not yet had the pleasure of seeing the house under its present arrangement. A lady of consequence passing nearby would be honored to call, if the day proved convenient. Another hoped we might receive a small party at dinner. A gentleman with excellent intentions desired only a brief visit to offer his respects. Respects are among the most exhausting gifts a woman can be forced to accept. At first I tried to meet each request with reason. This one may be borne. That one would be rude to decline. 2 callers are manageable. A dinner of 6 does not constitute an invasion. It is remarkable how swiftly the arithmetic of other people's expectations overtakes the quiet life one had imagined for oneself. Within a fortnight the house no longer felt solely like a refuge learned by repetition. It had begun to acquire again the atmosphere of being known about. That change is not easy to describe to anyone who has not lived under it. Nothing dramatic announces it. No guard takes up post at the gate. No herald steps in to proclaim that privacy has ended. Instead, the air shifts. Servants begin asking not only what one prefers, but what ought to be shown. A room once chosen for comfort becomes a room assessed for effect. Flowers appear in places where one had preferred their absence. Men discuss routes. Ladies speak of who may be expected. One's own day, once personal by default, starts being divided into portions others may claim without quite admitting that they are claims. One morning I came downstairs intending nothing more ambitious than breakfast and a walk, before the weather turned, only to find 2 additional covers laid and a note propped beside my cup in my father's secretary's hand rather than any domestic one. I knew the look of official kindness too well. Leopold saw it at once. He asked, "Bad news?" "Only organized civility," I said, breaking the seal. It was a short note. A lady of high rank, with another gentleman attached to some branch of the family, would call before noon. They were near. They had expressed particular eagerness. It would gratify all concerned. I let the paper fall. "I begin to think," I said, "that gratification is the most aggressive word in the language." Leopold smiled faintly, though the smile did not quite reach his eyes. "Then perhaps we must survive it with honor, Dar." I had wanted only toast. "You may still have it, Dot." "That is not the same as having the morning," he said. "No," and folded his own letter without reading further. "It is not." That answer comforted me more than protest would have done. Protest against the structure of our lives was often useless. Recognition, by contrast, kept one from feeling mad beneath it. The visitors arrived half an hour earlier than good manners should have permitted, and stayed nearly twice as long as charity allowed. Neither behaved ill. That would have been simpler. They behaved with polished interest, the sort that glides over furniture, asks after views, praises health, and studies every answer for what it may reveal of domestic felicity. The lady admired the house in portions. "This room is very sweet for mornings." "Yes." "And that window must be a favorite." "It is useful." "How fortunate you are to have quiet." "Fortunate, yes. Quiet less and less." The gentleman was more direct in the male fashion, meaning he pretended to discuss matters beyond us while in fact measuring everything about us. He asked Leopold about the grounds, about neighboring families, about the convenience of receiving company in Surrey, about travel to town, about which branches of the family had yet visited, and which were expected. Each question carried within it another one not asked aloud. "How is this marriage settling? How private is it permitted to be? How well does the new arrangement appear to hold?" I answered when required, smiled when useful, poured tea with the kind of accuracy women are expected to cultivate so that men may conduct surveillance under the cover of refreshment. After they had gone, I stood for a moment in the drawing room looking at the imprint their presence had left behind. A displaced cushion. A teacup not quite empty. A chair angled slightly toward the light, because the lady had wished to inspect the border of the lawn while pretending to speak of weather. It offended me far more than it should have done. Leopold came in behind me and said very mildly, "The room will recover." "I know. That is not the chief difficulty." "No," I said, turning toward him. "The chief difficulty is that I had forgotten how swiftly a house can become a question posed by other people." He looked at the chair, the tray, the open door beyond. "I am sorry." The apology touched me because he did not apologize for them, as though the inconvenience were too small to merit seriousness. He apologized as one person to another for being obliged to endure a common burden. "It is not your fault," he said. "No. But it is our circumstance." Our circumstance. Again the word joined without trapping. I moved to the window. Beyond it the grounds lay in that deceptive calm by which country houses flatter themselves into seeming separate from the world. Gravel trees, a line of clipped green, sky above. Nothing in the scene confessed that a dozen people already knew precisely where I had stood that morning and how cheerful I had appeared while pouring tea. "It is a strange thing," I said, "to fight so hard for a life and then find the reward consists partly in defending it from admiration." He came to stand near, though leaving the usual space that allowed my irritation to remain my own without becoming spectacle. He said, Perhaps. That is because admiration is often another appetite." I turned and looked at him. "Wes," I said after a moment, "that is exactly it." After that the days began filling in a new way. Not crowded enough to justify outright complaint, which is the form of discomfort society least respects. Had I said I was exhausted, I should have been told that a little company was the natural tax upon happiness. Had I said I wished more quiet, I should have been reminded that our position was not designed for retirement. Had I said I feared the house itself becoming public property in miniature, I should have been accused of nerves. So I said very little. Instead, I learned the more tiring art of adaptation. A morning reserved for walking was shortened by a luncheon. An afternoon in the smaller room disappeared into calls. A dinner intended for 8 became 10, because someone of consequence had been added at the last moment, and no one felt able to refuse. Not one of these changes would have ruined an ordinary person. Collectively, they reintroduced into our domestic life the very principle from which I had thought marriage and Claremont might partially rescue me. Nothing belonged entirely to itself, if rank could lay claim to it. The worst occasions were not the largest. Large gatherings exhaust without deceiving. One knows where one stands with them. It was the middling visits that wore upon me most. A relation staying long enough to observe, not long enough to become invisible. A small dinner, in which every guest believed himself intimate, and therefore entitled to notice the texture of our life. An afternoon ride with companions chosen less for pleasure than for propriety. In such moments one feels both watched and obliged to deny the fact. One evening we received a party small enough that conversation had the uncomfortable closeness of a letter read over one's shoulder. Among them was a lady old enough to speak with impunity and clever enough never to appear indelicate, while being exactly that. She took my arm after dinner and drew me toward the fire with a smile that had probably preceded many injuries in her long life. She said, "My dear, you look wonderfully settled. There is no safe answer to such remarks. If one agrees, one seems vain or complacent. If one deflects, one invites further inquiry." "I am very happy here," I said. "Of course you are. It is charming. And a husband with such manners is a providence." She pressed my arm lightly. "One must now only pray the house may soon become noisier for the right reasons." I do not know whether my face altered. If it did, she had the mercy to continue at once, still smiling toward the flames, as if she had spoken only of weather. "All England has taken a fond interest in your contentment." Fond interest. What a graceful phrase for public appetite. I made some answer fit for survival and escaped at the first shift in conversation. Yet the words pursued me through the rest of the evening and long after our guests had gone. The house may soon become noisier for the right reasons. As if a marriage, once secured, could not remain a marriage only. As if happiness were merely the vestibule through which one passed on the way to becoming useful again in a larger, more bodily sense. Later, when the doors had at last shut behind the last of them, I found Leopold in the small room with one hand resting on the mantel and the look of a man who had borne company well enough and disliked it all the same. He said, "You are tired." At once. "Wes." "More than usual." I hesitated. There are subjects women are trained to approach through lace and euphemism if they approach them at all. To speak plainly of being looked at as future mother before one has even been allowed to settle fully into wifehood felt both intimate and humiliating. He waited. "That, perhaps, is why," I answered honestly. She spoke as though the house were a nursery in waiting, and I merely the corridor through which the nation hopes to pass. His expression altered at once, not toward confusion, but toward understanding sharpened by displeasure. "Who?" "No one worth punishing," I said, Only someone old enough to believe herself entitled to imply what others merely think. He was silent for a moment. I am sorry. You have said that before. And shall again. Whenever the world proves tiresome. The answer almost made me laugh, but what emerged first was something nearer pain. I ought not to mind, I said. It is no more than the truth of my life spoken by another mouth. I was born under expectation. I married under expectation. Why should I now be surprised that happiness itself is granted to me only as a preface? He came a little nearer, not enough to crowd me, enough to change the air between us. You have the right to mind. Rights are abundant in theory, Then let me be practical. You have reason. I looked at him. The fire moved. Outside, the night pressed softly at the windows. And within, the house had finally begun to sound like itself again rather than like a stage between scenes. I had hoped, I admitted, that here we might be simply married for a little while. We are married. You know what I mean. He said, Wes. And I had hoped it too. There was such steadiness in the confession that my whole body softened beneath it despite myself. Not because he could remove the pressure. He could not, but because he felt its pressure with me, rather than asking me to bear it prettily alone. A few days later my father arrived. No visit of his could ever be called casual, whatever the stated purpose. He brought with him not merely rank, but the whole architecture of my earlier life. Rooms straightened around him. Servants listened differently. Even my own posture, before I had chosen it, began remembering old disciplines. He was in tolerable humor when he arrived and better when he saw the house receive him properly. That, too, told its own story. Parents such as mine are soothed by evidence that what they have permitted continues to reflect well upon themselves. He praised the grounds, approved the arrangements, asked after my health with exactly sufficient paternal feeling to be observed and admired by others. Only when we were for a short time less surrounded did the older note return. He said, You do not over-fatigue yourself here, I trust.
No, Sir Bar.
Good. A country life may tempt one into indolence. I have not found leisure equivalent to idleness. He said, No. Glancing toward the door through which voices drifted faintly from another room. It appears leisure is not much allowed you. The remark might almost have been sympathetic had it come from another mouth. From his it sounded like assessment. He looked at me more closely. You are pale. I have had company. That is not an illness. It can imitate one very successfully. Something like impatience touched his face. Though lightly, you must learn to support attention with more ease. There are certain habits one never quite loses. His voice, even softened, could still provoke in me the old urge either to submit or to defy. Marriage had not erased childhood. It had merely given me another room in which to set it down. I support it as well as I can, Sir Bar. He studied me a moment longer, then said, You are no longer in a position to regard yourself as private. I almost smiled at the cruelty of hearing my life explained to me in a sentence so calm. I do not regard myself as private. Then do not behave surprised when interest follows where consequence lies. There it was again. Consequence. Always that word. My existence, and whatever might come of it weighed and spoken of in terms more fitted to legislation than to flesh. I kept my tone even. Interest is easier to forgive than ownership. He did not answer at once. He said, You will do well, finally, to distinguish neither too strongly in public. After he had gone back to the others, I stood where he had left me and felt, with a mixture of anger and fatigue, you too old to be dramatic, how complete the line between my former life and my present one still remained. Marriage had changed my allegiance of daily feeling. It had not dissolved the world from which I came, nor its claim to interpret me. That evening, after he had departed, Claremont seemed at once dearer and less secure. A father does not need to stay long in a house to remind a daughter how much of herself was trained under his eye. Leopold found me later walking slowly through the smaller room, not reading, not sewing, not occupied at all except in the useless labor of thinking too sharply. He said, He has gone. Yes. And taken half the air with him. I looked up at that and could not help smiling. He always did have a gift for occupation. He came nearer, studying my face. Are you very unhappy? No. I considered. Only reminded. Of what? That a house may be peaceful and still not be beyond reach. He nodded once, as if the truth of it needed no polishing. We went out the next morning earlier than usual. Before any note might arrive to claim us, before the day had quite remembered what others wanted of it. The grounds were still damp. A fine mist held among the trees, not enough to call rain, enough to soften edges. The air had that cool silence in it which makes every step seem less a sound than a permission. For a while we walked without speaking. Then I said, "Do you ever think we have only borrowed this? The house. The quiet." He took a little time before answering, and I loved him for that too. "Haste is the enemy of honest comfort," he said. "Wes, I think we have borrowed it. And that does not grieve you." "He does." He glanced toward me. "But borrowed peace is still peace while one has it." I let the words settle. Borrowed peace. It was not romantic, and because it was not, it was truer than romance would have been. We had not escaped our world. We had carved, with effort and permission and no small degree of luck, the space within it. The space was real, its limits were real also. "I suppose," I said, "that makes one value it more. Or fear losing it." "Yes. Both may be true." By the time we turned back toward the house, the mist had begun lifting. Claremont rose before us through the thinning air with that familiar, withheld grace I had loved from the beginning. Windows catching pale light. Gravel damp and quiet. A servant visible at one distance only, not 10. It looked peaceful still. It was peaceful. And yet as I stood there, hand on my glove where the damp had darkened it slightly, I understood something I had not wanted to understand so soon. Marriage had deepened. Our life together had deepened. The house had become real enough to wound. That was why every visit, every remark, every note from town, every stray allusion to Hares and expectations, cut more sharply now than it would have done in the first weeks. Not because our happiness was shallow, but because it had acquired root. Public life was no longer interrupting a dream. It was pressing against a real thing. We went in together. Before noon 2 notes had arrived. By evening 1 more guest had been added to a dinner already too full. And as I stood at the dressing table while my maid fastened my gown, I heard below the sound of another carriage drawing up and knew, with a clarity almost cold in its precision, that Claremont was not exile, not sanctuary entire, and not ours in any simple sense. It was only this. A quiet house in Surrey where love had begun to feel strong enough for the world to take an interest in breaking its stillness. The first sign was not certainty. It was wariness of a different order. I had known fatigue before. Fatigue from company, from ceremony, from public days spent smiling under observation until one's face seemed no longer properly one's own. I had known the heaviness that follows argument, disappointment, anxiety, travel, the endless, polished exertions of rank. This was something else. Not greater, at first. Merely altered. It came upon me in waves that paid little respect to reason, hours, or appetite. One morning I woke hungry, and could scarcely bear the sight of breakfast once it stood before me. On another I felt almost light-hearted until the scent of warmed chocolate turned my whole body against it. For several days I said nothing. Women are accustomed to measuring themselves privately, before surrendering a fact to the world. We are taught early that the body is not wholly ours even in its secrets. Once spoken of, it is entered into ledgers of advice, attention, and judgment from which it rarely emerges unmarked. I had no wish to be mistaken, no wish to make a public emblem out of some passing indisposition, and perhaps, deeper than all that, no wish to bring the future too near by naming it too quickly. So I watched. I counted backward in my own mind, though cautiously, and without allowing the thought to settle. I noted the strange impatience of my stomach, the sudden need for rest at unlikely hours, the way my stays seemed less an ally than an impertinence. Once, while walking in the grounds, I had to stop at a turn of the path where previously I should have gone on without trouble. Leopold noticed at once. "You are not well." "I am only tired." "That is not the whole of it." I looked toward the trees rather than at him. The air had that mild brightness in it, which belongs to a day, pretending to gentleness, while still carrying enough chill beneath it to remind one of the season. Beyond the path, the lawn stretched quiet and deceptively innocent. Perhaps not, I said. He did not press me then. I loved him for that too. And men who wish to govern a woman's body always begin by speaking too soon of what they observe in it. He allowed the fact to remain mine until I was ready to turn it outward. But readiness does not always come with dignity. It came 2 mornings later, when I had barely sat down to breakfast, before the smell of the room itself offended me so sharply that I was forced to stand again. My maid, who had entered only to place something on the side table, pretended not to see. Leopold rose at once. "I shall ring for—" "No," I said, more quickly than I intended. Then, because the speed of my refusal told its own story, I placed one hand against the edge of the table and closed my eyes for a moment. When I opened them, he was watching me with concern held under admirable control. Should I send for someone? The question, so simple in itself, seemed to open a door beneath my feet. "Yes," I said quietly. "I think you must." The physician came before noon. I disliked him on sight for no reason that would have justified rudeness. He was neither arrogant nor coarse. On the contrary, he had all the composed civility proper to a man accustomed to women's bodies being discussed around him with more authority than their own voices are allowed to carry. He spoke correctly. He bowed correctly. He asked his questions with professional modesty and received my answers with grave attention. And all the while I had the absurd, angry sensation that some invisible boundary was being crossed merely because the future, if it existed, could not remain unexamined by others. There was nothing vulgar in the interview. That almost made it worse. At length he withdrew, first to speak with Leopold, then, at my request, returning to speak in my own hearing as well. I would not have the fact of my own condition pass first through 2 men and only last reach me, as if I were the least necessary person in the room. He stood with the cautious satisfaction of a man prepared to bring fortunate news, and aware enough of rank to do it, without looking pleased with himself. He said, "Madam, I have every reason to believe that your Royal Highness is with child." For one instant the room seemed to go utterly soundless. No carriage in the distance. No movement beyond the corridor. No soft settling of the fire. Only that sentence, placed in the middle of my life with such calm authority that I might almost have mistaken it for an administrative note had my whole body not already been racing ahead of reason. With child. I put one hand to the arm of the chair, though I was already seated. Not because I felt faint. Because one must hold something when the future shifts its weight all at once. The physician continued, speaking of care, moderation, rest, the importance of calm, and several other things men always prescribe to women as though life itself might be disciplined into obedience by a proper arrangement of hours. I heard little of it. Not because it mattered little, because the other truth was too large. When he had gone, the door closed behind him with a softness I shall remember to the end of my life. I looked up. Leopold had not moved nearer immediately. He stood where he was, as if even joy required respect before it approached. His face, usually so composed, had altered beyond concealment. Not toward triumph. Never that. Toward wonder held under control so imperfectly that the control itself became touching. He said, "Charlotte." Only my name. Yet no one had ever spoken it to me quite like that. I think I laughed first, though the laugh shook strangely. Then, just as suddenly, tears rose with such force that I had no time to be ashamed of them. He crossed the space between us then. I do not remember precisely what was said first after that. Only the feeling of being looked at not as vessel, not as solution, not as the nation's hopeful corridor, but as myself inside the fact of it. That changed everything. It did not remove the public meaning, nothing could remove that. But for one blessed interval it was still ours before it became everyone's. He asked, "Are you frightened?" At last, very softly. "Yes," I said then, because the truth asked for the rest of itself, and happy. "So am I," It would be easy, perhaps, for someone writing at a greater distance to imagine the moment as untroubled, all sweetness and gratitude and no darker line passing through it. That would be false. The joy was real. So was the fear. They entered together. In our lives, how could they do otherwise? To be a wife with child is one thing. To be who I was and carry what I carried was another. Even in that first hour, before the news had traveled beyond the smallest circle, I felt both meanings at once. Not separately. Never separately. Love and consequence have been braided together in my life since birth. I knew no other way for happiness to arrive. For the rest of that day the house seemed to move around me in altered proportion. The room in which I sat had not changed. The light at the windows remained as it had been. The servants trod the same passages. The fire burned with the same modest industry. And yet every object appeared touched by another significance. A chair was no longer only a chair, but something in which I must not sit too long or too poorly. A tray was no longer refreshment, but proper nourishment. Rest was no longer laziness one must defend, but management. I felt at once cherished and already being arranged. By evening the news had passed beyond us. That was inevitable. No fact of such magnitude could remain private for more than an hour in a household of any size, let alone ours. I did not resent the servants their knowledge. They lived too near the bodies and routines of those they served not to perceive the truth almost, as soon as it is spoken. What I dreaded was the next widening circle. Family. Letters. The nation. The physician returned the next day with further instructions, and by then his manner had already shifted from professional care towards something more charged. Not warmer, exactly. More aware. He was no longer attending a woman recently unwell. He was attending a possible answer to a national desire older than my marriage itself. That knowledge sat between us, whether either of us named it or not. Soon after, notes began. One from my father, composed with more satisfaction than tenderness, though not ungenerously. Another from a relation full of pious gratitude. A third from a lady who had once studied the state of my marriage with a delicacy so thin it might have been lace over steel, and who now wrote as though she had always prayed chiefly for my domestic peace. I could tell, merely from the speed and tone of the messages, how swiftly the private fact had already begun its transformation into public expectation. Everyone was pleased. No, that is too simple. Everyone was relieved. There is a difference. Relief does not look upon a woman and say, "May she be safe," it says, "Perhaps now the line will hold. Perhaps now uncertainty may be quieted. Perhaps now all that depends upon her may proceed." The great cruelty is that such relief often arrives wearing the face of affection. My father came sooner than I had expected. He entered the room with all the gravity proper to a man who has received precisely the news he wished history to bring him, and means to appear moved by its human meaning before speaking as though its wider consequences mattered equally or more. He kissed my forehead. He asked after my health. He told me, with a solemnity almost paternal enough to soften me, that I must take every care. Then, after a pause measured exactly long enough to keep manners intact, he said, "This is of the highest importance." There it was. No one in England, I thought, could perhaps have expressed the whole tragedy and dignity of my life more perfectly in 6 words. I smiled, because anything else would have begun another war, for which I had neither strength nor appetite. "Wes, sir, you must be prudent." "So I am told." No unnecessary exertion, no strain, no excitement. At that I nearly laughed, though I had not the cruelty to do it aloud. No excitement. As if my existence had ever once been permitted to proceed without the most elaborate and relentless forms of it. He went on, speaking of care, of suitable quiet, of how fortunate it was that Claremont offered better conditions than town for the present stage. Beneath every sentence I heard the deeper note. Not merely concern for me. Concern for what I now represented more visibly than ever. Future, continuance, stability. The kingdom, it seemed, had discovered a new tenderness for my body precisely because it might at last yield something useful to history. After he had gone, I sat very still for some time, one hand resting unconsciously below my stays, Though there was as yet little enough to distinguish this day from the last in outward form, Leopold found me like that. He has wearied you. Yes. Did he speak unkindly? No. I looked up. Only accurately. In his way, he understood at once. That may be worse. It is more exhausting. He came and sat near me. Not too near. Near enough, I said, because there was no use in pretending with him. I feel as though I have ceased to be singular even to myself, as though I have become a room through which everyone is already beginning to walk. His face changed. No, bah. Yes, I said. Not to you perhaps, but to them. To all of them. It has begun already. He was silent a moment, and I feared he might answer with kindness too gentle to meet the truth. Instead he said, Then we must keep one part of it where they cannot enter. I looked at him. The words did not solve anything. That was why they comforted me. Only false consolation rushes in with solutions where none exist. What he offered was smaller, harder, and infinitely dearer. A part. Not the whole future. Not the whole burden. Not a fantasy of privacy beyond our rank. Only a part kept human against the appetite of the world. Yes, I said after a moment. If we can. We can. I wanted to believe him entirely. Perhaps I did for a few minutes at a time. Then some new message arrived, some new enquiry, some new practical adjustment in the household that reminded me how quickly the private shape of hope had been translated into management. Food was discussed more often than I liked. Hours were advised upon. Walks shortened or lengthened according to opinion. A servant who had never before ventured to remind me of a shawl, when the weather cooled now, did so with an authority borrowed from universal concern. Even the ladies who wrote to me seemed to have acquired, all at once, a deep and suspicious interest in rest. I bore it as well as I could. Not always gracefully. There were moments when I wanted to cry out that I had not vanished, that I still preferred one room to another, 1 hour to another, one conversation to another, that I had not become merely a holy vessel to be patted and monitored until history took its due from me. Yet other moments came too. Moments of tenderness so sudden and so quiet that they seemed almost to shame my anger by existing beside it. One evening, long after the last servant had withdrawn, I sat with a shawl about my shoulders and one hand resting absently over the place where the future still felt more imagined than real. The fire was low. Rain had touched the windows and passed away. The house had at last settled enough to sound like shelter rather than administration. Leopold was reading, or pretending to read. At length he put the paper down and asked, "What do you think?" It was such an innocent question that I almost answered lightly. Instead I said the truth. I think I have never been so happy, and so afraid at once. He did not answer immediately. He said, "I think, at last, that may be the most honest blessing given to us in this world." I turned to him. Blessing. Because fear means we know what we stand to lose. That was grave. It was not cheerful. And because it was neither, I trusted it utterly. After that I found my joy growing, not lessened by the pressure, but shadowed by it. Shadow does not always destroy a thing. Sometimes it gives it contour. I walked the grounds with one hand unconsciously at my side, and wondered who I might be carrying toward us. I sat at breakfast and found myself smiling without permission at thoughts I did not speak aloud. I grew tired more easily and bore it less resentfully, when the tiredness seemed to belong to hope rather than to mere public depletion. Yet the other truth advanced just as steadily. The letters multiplied. Visitors came who did not say what they meant what they did not say. Every kindly expression now contained a second face. May you be well. May all go smoothly. May we soon have reason for greater rejoicing. May God preserve this blessing to the nation. To the nation. Always at the end, if not aloud then underneath. One afternoon, after two ladies had left me with expressions of such fervent feeling that I felt almost erased beneath them, I went out into the garden earlier than I ought to have done, without waiting for company to be summoned. The air was mild. Clouds moved high and pale above the trees. The gravel path held the warmth of a light sun, though the wind still carried something cool in it from the earlier part of spring. I walked slowly, not from weakness only. from thought. Beyond the U, the house stood quiet and gracious as ever, the windows catching light as if nothing within them had altered except the ordinary sequence of days. Yet I knew better now. The quiet was still real, but no longer innocent. Hope had entered it. And because hope had entered it, so had claim. When Leopold found me there, I turned before he spoke. He said, "You should not have come out alone. Must I now be chaperoned by expectation itself? If expectation had feet, I think it would have been here before me." That made me laugh, though only briefly. Then I said, because the whole weight of the thing had pressed too long in silence that day, "I feel loved and taken at once." He stopped very still. I went on, before I could lose the courage to sound so unadorned. "By you I mean loved. By all the rest," he said, quietly. Claimed. There was nothing to add to that. He had spoken the word exactly. For a while we stood without moving, the mild breeze touching the leaves overhead, the house behind us, the future somewhere within me, and still beyond all sight. I rested one hand lightly over my middle, not from display, but because the gesture had become instinct before I noticed it. He saw it. His own expression changed then, softening with something so unguarded that I had to look away for a moment to keep from weeping at it. When I looked back, he said, "Whatever they make of it, Charlotte, it begins with us. Begins, not belongs. Not answers. Not serves. Begins." I think that was when the happiness of it pierced me most deeply. Not at the physician's announcement, not in my father's pleased gravity, not in the flood of congratulation. There, in the garden, with the air mild and the path quiet, and the whole world already leaning toward what it hoped to take from us, he gave it back to me for one instant in its truest form. Beginning. Not yet judged. Not yet displayed. Not yet weighed in the scales of dynastic need. Only beginning. And, because it was a beginning, it contained all the sweetnesses and terror of things that have not yet proven whether they may stay. We went in before the evening cooled. By nightfall 3 new messages had arrived. One from town, one from family, one from someone whose interest was couched in religion and sounded remarkably like politics. I sat by the fire afterward, the letters unopened beside me for several minutes longer than duty allowed, and understood with sudden, painful clarity that our life at Claremont had crossed some invisible threshold. We were still happy, perhaps happier than before, because now even our fears had grown around something loved. But the happiness was no longer merely ours to feel. It was being counted, washed, measured, and quietly requisitioned by every person who believed my body had at last become the nation's most hopeful room. Chapter 4. The Price of an Hair. Pregnancy altered time before it altered me. At first the change lay chiefly in other people's eyes. The body moves in silence long before the world is invited to observe it. But once the news had spread beyond the walls of Claremont, every week seemed to acquire a public meaning larger than its actual number of days. I was no longer merely passing through a season. I was being counted through it. That is the true cruelty of hope when it ceases to belong only to 2 people. One morning at breakfast I remarked that the roses by the south path had opened earlier than I expected, and before the day was half over a note had arrived from town in which some elderly relation expressed delight that I continued to thrive so promisingly. Thrive. The word sat upon me like embroidery worked by a hand that had never touched skin. Another time I walked a shorter distance than usual, and by evening a lady wrote in such anxious, pious terms that one might have thought the succession itself had stumbled on the gravel and required immediate prayer. Everything in my life had become legible to others in a language I had not chosen. The worst of it was not open interference. Interference can be resisted. It was the steady widening of concern. Physicians, attendants, relatives, friends, pious correspondents, political minds disguised as affectionate ones, all have gathered gradually around the fact of my condition until I felt less like a woman living through her own days than the center of a circle drawn by other hands. Claremont remained quieter than town. That was true. It did not remain private. I noticed the change most sharply in the mornings. Once, the first hours had belonged almost honestly to my own strength or weakness. I might rise later if sleep had been poor, take air sooner if I wished it, alter the day by inclination rather than report. Now, every alteration seemed to invite consultation. Had I rested enough? Was I warm enough? Should the window stand open so long? Had I taken the broth? Would it not be wiser to remain indoors? Was the walk too long? Was the room too cool? Would the physician approve? It is astonishing how quickly a woman's ordinary preferences can be dissolved into management, once her body begins carrying what others desire from it. I do not say I was neglected by love. I was not. That would be a lie and a mean one. I was cared for, deeply. More than once I felt almost ashamed of the sharpness with which I resented certain attentions, because the persons offering them often meant genuinely to preserve me. But preservation itself can become oppressive when everyone except the preserved person is allowed to define its terms. By autumn, the house had altered around me in 100 subtle ways. Chairs were placed before I asked for them. Stairs were regarded with suspicion by people who had never before considered them moral objects. Walks were discussed as though they were diplomatic measures requiring approval from multiple interested parties. Even my appetite was no longer simply my own affair. A tray half finished invited concern. A dish rejected called forth interpretation. A desire for something simple over something strengthening became a matter about which three women might form separate opinions, and a physician add a fourth. I bore it as well as I could, not always sweetly. One afternoon, after being advised in the space of an hour by 3 different persons to rest, eat, and think cheerful thoughts, in that exact order, I said to Leopold, I begin to wonder whether England means to deliver this child itself, through correspondence and soup. He looked up from the paper. He had not been reading with much success. That would be a very English misfortune. I am serious. So am I. That disarmed me slightly, which was his way. He never told me my irritation was nothing. He only widened it enough that I could breathe inside it without becoming absurd. I sank into the chair opposite him, with more force than grace, and put one hand at the small of my back. The room was warm, though not too warm. Outside the windows a pale light rested on the lawn in that quiet, level way peculiar to late afternoon. One might have called the whole scene peaceful had one not been inhabiting the body at its center. Everyone wishes me preserved, I said. No one wishes me left alone. That is not entirely fair, no. I admitted. It is only how it feels. He set the paper aside altogether. What happened? Nothing happened. That is precisely the difficulty. Things happen to me now in portions too small to defend against individually. A shawl brought when I did not ask for one. A chair moved. A question repeated, because my first answer was not prudent enough for the hearer. The physician yesterday speaking of my hours as if he had taken up residence inside them. Leopold listened without interruption. He had learned, perhaps better than most men ever do, that women in anger often require witness first and remedy only second. At last he said, "Would you have me dismiss them all?" I almost laughed. No. Then I should be told I had become headstrong, unnatural, careless of my duty, and probably already unfit for motherhood. Then we must find a more subtle rebellion. There ought not to be rebellion in being allowed to breathe. He said, "No. But there often is." I looked at him across the room and felt again that same mixture of gratitude and sorrow I had known from the beginning of our marriage. Gratitude that he understood. Sorrow that understanding itself could not unmake the structure in which we lived. The structure only tightened as my confinement approached. That word, confinement, had always struck me oddly. It wears the face of protection while carrying the taste of imprisonment. The world speaks of a lady's confinement as though it were a chamber prepared by care, but the body hears another truth in it. Narrowing, watching, waiting, the gradual surrender of movement not only to nature, but to everybody who believes nature must be supervised into good conduct. As the months advanced, conversations around me changed their shape. Early on there had been happiness, interest, speculation disguised as concern. Later came another tone. Less light, more managerial. Physicians spoke with increased authority. Ladies who had borne children became repositories of solemn recollection. Directions were repeated, revised, reinforced. The household itself began to carry the peculiar hush that falls when everyone is waiting upon an event that has not yet arrived and yet has already altered the order of all other things. Rooms were discussed with care. Curtains, fires, linen, bell pulls, the convenience of access, the proper degree of air, how many attendants, which attendants, who should be near, who should not. I listened to my own approaching trial arranged in details as though it were a royal progress, only one in which the road ran through my body, and everyone else argued over the staging. And at times I wanted to cry out that it was not a pageant. At others, when fear caught me unprepared in the night, or just before waking, I was grateful for every useless, seeming precaution. Human beings are contemptibly inconsistent in this way. We resent control most fiercely at noon, and may desire its nearness before dawn. Those nights grew more frequent as the season turned. There is a loneliness particular to late pregnancy, especially in a life such as mine. One is never left alone, and yet one crosses certain distances without company. The child moves where no one else may feel the precise sensation. The body changes in intimate, inconvenient, sometimes humiliating ways that cannot be fully shared no matter how loving the witness. And all the while the world beyond one's skin speaks confidently of outcome, of hope, of providence, as though the passage from one state to another were a thing already half achieved, because everyone wants it badly enough. One night, I woke from a dream I could not properly recall except for the sense of searching through room after room for a door that would not remain where I had last seen it. The fire had sunk low. Moonlight, thin and colorless, lay against one part of the wall. For a few moments I did not know what had frightened me. Then I understood it was not the dream itself. It was the future, standing just outside its curtain. Leopold woke almost immediately. "What is it?" "Nothing," I said out of habit. He shifted up on one elbow and looked at me in the dimness. "That is never true at such an hour." I turned my face away. Not because I wished to hide it from him, but because fear often shames the person carrying it when others have already invested so much hope in her composure. After a moment I said, "I do not know how to do this." It is a difficult sentence for any woman to speak. More difficult perhaps for one who has spent half her life being looked at as if she ought to embody confidence on behalf of structures older and larger than herself. Leopold did not answer with immediate comfort. Again, that was one of his gifts. He never rushed in to trample fear with benevolence. He said, "No," quietly. "Nor could you, not before it comes. I am expected to, by fools." That startled a breath of laughter out of me, though it trembled. "The kingdom seems full of them." "It is." I lay still for a little while longer. The child moved once. A sensation at once intimate and alien, like being reminded from within that the future had already entered me and could not now be asked politely to delay for another month. "I hate," I said at last, very softly, "that I am afraid before everyone else has done hoping." "You need not hate it. It feels disloyal." "To whom?" That was the merciless question. To whom indeed? To him? To the child? To England? To the whole line of expectations which had stalked me from the cradle and now sat at the edge of the bed wearing the face of destiny? "I do not know," I admitted. He took my hand then. "You are allowed to be a woman in this before you are anything else." No one had ever spoken the truth more gently to me. I slept again after that, though only in fragments. When dawn came, the fear had not vanished. It had merely resumed its place among the other emotions, like one dark, colored thread among brighter ones. That is how most women live, I think, though polite society prefers to speak of motherhood in white ribbons and uncomplicated radiance. Radiance was not the word for my days by then. Fullness, perhaps. Wait, tenderness. Constraint. Anticipation sharpened by ignorance. Love already taking shape around someone I had not seen. Fear of the body's ancient work. Fear, too, of failing everyone whose hopes had attached themselves so indecently to mine. The nearer my confinement came, the more public the air around private things became. There were conversations that ceased when I entered and resumed in altered form once I sat. Letters from people who had no moral right to speak of my condition as if it were a shared project. Expressions of concern from men whose concern stopped precisely where my person ended and the succession began. Even the clergy seemed to regard me with a heavier solemnity when they spoke of blessing, as though heaven itself had been petitioned not chiefly on my behalf, but on that of the kingdom waiting through me. My father visited again, and with him brought the whole wary blend of paternal attention and dynastic calculation that had marked our relationship from the beginning. He found me in the drawing room near the window, because I had insisted on sitting upright instead of reclining, as everyone now seemed to prefer for me. I will not say the rebellion was principled, it was partly spite. A woman forbidden enough ordinary motions learns sometimes to make her resistance out of posture. He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "You should not fatigue yourself." "And yet," I answered, "I am told every position produces fatigue if one occupies it long enough." His expression suggested that the remark bordered upon levity, where levity was no longer welcome. "This is not a matter in which you may indulge yourself." There it was again. The assumption that comfort chosen by me must be indulgence, while discomfort imposed by others becomes prudence. "I was not aware," I said, "that a chair might threaten the state." He replied, "The state has stronger enemies than chairs." I let that pass. He sat and spoke of physicians, of proper attention, of how fortunate it was that every care had been taken. He was not cruel. That is perhaps what made the exchange tire me more. Cruelty can be rejected cleanly. My father's concern always came threaded through with the logic that had arranged my whole life. Care for me inseparable from care for what I represented. At last he said, "You must understand how much depends upon the coming months." I looked at him. "Yes, sir," I said. "I have understood it since before I could spell the word depends." Something like impatience crossed his face, but he held it down. "You are too ready to turn every plain concern into reproach." "No," I said more gently than he expected, perhaps more gently than I intended, only too accustomed to being told that what weighs upon me is of universal significance. "It grows tiring." For a second, he almost looked at me simply as a daughter. Almost. Then the larger habit closed over him again. "History will not spare you because you are tired." "No," I said. "History never has." He rose not long after that. When he had gone, the room seemed larger and less breathable, all at once. Leopold found me some minutes later with one hand pressed at the side of my neck, as though I might quiet my own pulse by holding it still. "You should not have had him so long." One does not time one's father with a watch. We not. That made me laugh despite everything. "Because the nation would condemn me," he said. "The nation would condemn you for preferring air to suffocation if it were made aware of the choice." "Was," I said. "That is exactly the difficulty." By then his own helplessness had begun to weigh more visibly upon him. Not in complaint. Never that. But I saw it in moments when others presumed too freely upon my person, and he could not challenge them without appearing unreasonable. Or when physicians spoke in the confident tones of men whose knowledge stops short of the actual experience itself, and he had only listening to offer me an answer. There is a peculiar sorrow in being loved by someone who cannot shield you from the precise thing now coming. One afternoon, after yet another discussion of chambers, timings, attendance, and instructions in which I had been spoken over politely enough to make protests seem hysterical, I said to him, when we were finally alone, "You look as though they had sentenced you instead of me." He stood by the mantel, one hand resting upon it with unnecessary stillness. "Perhaps they have." "No." He looked at me. He said, "You must bear what I cannot bear for you." That seems sentence enough. For a moment neither of us spoke. Then I said, "Do not make me into a martyr before it is even required. I am still only cross and over-managed." His mouth altered. "Oh yes, only. Permit me at least that." I permitted entirely. We smiled then, but the smile did not deceive either of us. Beneath it lay the larger truth. He could accompany. He could comfort. He could witness. But the ordeal toward which all this anxious preparation moved remained, in the end, one I must meet inside my own flesh. That knowledge changed even the tenderness between us. Not lessened it. Deepened it into something quieter and more grave. There were evenings when we sat in the small room that had once seemed the emblem of domestic peace, and now even there I felt the horizon of the coming event pressing gently at the edges of everything. A book open and unread, a note left unanswered, tea cooling by the fire, his hand over mine. Outside, the grounds lying in early dusk, all innocent beauty and no sign at all that within the house a future was being awaited with such solemn appetite. One evening in particular remains bright in my memory. The rain had been falling most of the afternoon, and now reduced itself to an occasional touch at the windows. Lamps were lit. The room glowed kindly. I was tired enough to resent my own body for requiring support, and yet too wakeful to sleep. Leopold sat near, not reading, not speaking much, simply there in that invaluable way of his which never made presence feel like a further demand. At length I said, "Do you know what I miss?" "What?" "Walking without the whole house thinking about it." He smiled faintly. "That may return, Don." "Perhaps. But now even standing up becomes a public intention." He looked at me more closely. "Shall I ring?" "No, if I sit longer someone will recommend a cushion. If I rise, someone will advise caution. If I eat, they will discuss strengthening. If I do not, they will discuss appetite. I am wary of being interpreted God." He was silent a moment. Then he said, "Come here." Not an order. An invitation. I went to the chair nearer his, which he had drawn a little toward the fire. He helped me sit as naturally as if he had done so all our lives, without fuss, without transforming ordinary assistance into solemn drama. Once I was settled, he did nothing at all. Merely remained beside me. It was such a small mercy that it nearly broke my heart. After a while I said, "The house has changed." "Yes. I thought Claremont would always feel as it did at first. No house ever does." I leaned my head back and closed my eyes. "It feels now," I said, "as though everyone is waiting in the next room." He answered after a pause, "Perhaps they are." That was not comfort. He said, "No. Only company in the truth." I opened my eyes and turned my head toward him. "Do you never think of saying the easy thing?" "I think of it often. Then I remember you would know." That was so exact that I smiled despite myself. "Yes," I said, "I would." By the time the final weeks approached, hope had become immediate enough to silence even some of the shallower forms of social chatter. People no longer hinted so much. They watched. The physicians grew more regular. The ladies more solemn. The household more careful. Even letters seemed to arrive with a heavier hand, as though ink itself understood that what had once been only promising was now near enough to disturb sleep in houses far from ours. Near enough to disturb mine as well. And so part one of that ending began, not with the child itself, not with the labor everyone both feared and longed for on my behalf, but with waiting sharpened into presence. My body no longer belonged even partially to habit. Every hour carried instruction. Every room prepared itself around me. Every kindly face contained the same hidden calculation. Soon. Here, pressure, once a public abstraction fastened to my name from infancy, had now entered the house, the corridors, the physician's visits, the arrangement of chairs, the lowering of voices, and my very own breath. It was no longer something expected of me one day. It was immediate. Labor began like doubt, not grandly, not with the solemn trumpet call the world seems to imagine when it speaks of such hours afterward. No bell rang in the house. No voice announced that history had entered the chamber. It came first as an unease low in the body, a sensation I tried at once to measure against all the false alarms fear and expectation had already taught me to invent. I had become so accustomed to being watched for signs that I mistrusted my own. It was still dark when I woke. The room held that suspended quiet which belongs to the hours before dawn, when even large houses seem briefly reduced to the scale of a single human breath. The fire had sunk low but not out. One curtain had shifted just enough that a narrow gray line showed at its edge, not light yet. Only the promise that light would one day be required. I lay still and listened to myself. The child had moved less in the night than on others. Or perhaps I had slept differently and noticed less. Already the mind was beginning its cruel work, rearranging every familiar sensation into omen. Then the pain came again. Not violent. Not yet. Only unmistakably unlike the thousand other discomforts of the past months. A tightening, deep and secretive, as if the body were drawing itself inward around a task it had delayed as long as it could. I did not wake Leopold at once. That was not courage. It was reluctance to let the hour become real before it absolutely required me to do so. There are thresholds one may cross only once. Naming them does not create them, but it removes the mercy of pretending one still stands outside. The pain passed. I breathed more freely and almost persuaded myself it might have been nothing. Then it returned. This time I turned my head on the pillow and said his name. He woke at once. "What is it?" "I do not know," I said, though already I did. Or rather, I know too well. He was upright before I had finished speaking. The swiftness of his movement would have been almost alarming had I not been so suddenly grateful for it. A candle was lit. A servant summoned. The house, which had slept only a moment before, began its transformation into an instrument. That is what such households become in crisis. No longer walls and rooms and ordinary human movement, but mechanism. Feet in corridors. Doors opening. Voices lowered. Linen brought. Water heated. Messengers sent. Someone always sent. The body of one woman becomes a center from which order ripples outward, and the whole house remembers at once that this is not merely her trial, but everybody's event. I hated that even while I needed it. The physician came sooner than seemed possible. Another followed later. There are always more men than one expects when a woman's body enters public danger. Their gravity multiplied rather than reassured me. Their calm tones, their measured questions, the soft conference just beyond my hearing, all of it carried the old infuriating implication that the chamber belonged as much to procedure as to pain. They told me things I already knew. That it had begun. That patience was necessary. That nature must take her course. That I must be kept quiet. That time could not yet be judged. Time. From that hour forward time ceased to behave honestly. The clock on the mantel marked it, yes. Servants moved according to it. Physicians consulted it. Notes were made with it in mind. But the body had slipped into another reckoning altogether, one in which minutes might stretch into fields and an hour contract into the single savage interval between one pain and the next. There is no clock for that. Or rather, every nerve becomes one. At first I still believed in sequence. This stage, then another. Endurance, then relief. Women have borne children in every condition of life from mud huts to palaces. And all the long scaffolding of female history seems to stand at the bedside in such moments whispering that one must simply join the innumerable and go on. I tried. The pain strengthened. By afternoon the room had already changed character several times. In the morning it had been only a bedchamber, with too many people in it. Later it became a station of waiting, every surface laden with usefulness, every chair occupied by attention. By evening it had taken on the dreadful intimacy of a place in which everyone knows that something has advanced, and no one yet dares say how far. I moved when told. Breathed when told. Took wine, or broth, or water. According to opinion. Rested when there was no rest in me. Closed my eyes, because that seemed to satisfy someone near the bed, though the shutting out of sight only made the body louder. The child, once the interior promise around which so much joy had gathered, became now inseparable from the labor itself. Hope and suffering, locked together so tightly there was no separating one from the other. Leopold remained as much as he was allowed. That phrase may sound strange to anyone unacquainted with the strange jurisdictions of birth. But even husbands become partial creatures in such rooms. Physicians, attendants, old practices, propriety, necessity, all take their share. There were moments when he was beside me, near enough that I could feel steadiness returning to the air simply because he had entered it. Then someone would move. Someone would require space. Someone would insist upon some ordinary adjustment, in which I was treated more as circumstance than wife. And he would be displaced again into the outer ring of witness. I think his helplessness pained me nearly as much as mine did him. Not because I wanted him to fix what no man could fix. I am not so sentimental as that. But because helpless love is one of the hardest things to behold while one is suffering. It shows you, too clearly, how little comfort can alter fact. Once, after a pain had left me shaking more from spent force than from fear, I opened my eyes and found him standing farther from the bed than he had been a few moments before. One hand braced against the bedpost as though his own body needed discipline in order not to interfere with the machinery of care. I said, "Come nearer." A physician glanced up, startled perhaps less by the request than by the tone in which I made it. But Leopold was already there, and no one dared deny me a hand. When the whole house had been arranged around, granting my condition the appearance of reverence, he took it carefully. Not like an ornament, not like a ritual, like necessity. For a little while I held fast to him between pains and thought, in some dim sane corner of myself, how strange it was that I had married him in order to escape being used merely as a solution, and yet now, in the fiercest hour of my body, the whole nation's hope still stood invisibly at the foot of the bed. I could feel it there. Not literally, no. No banner hung in the room. No minister stood reading dispatches at the curtains. But the pressure had entered the chamber long before labor did. It was in the physician's extra gravity, in the way notes were carried out and messages carried back, in the number of attentive faces that took on particular solemnity whenever my pains increased or seemed to slacken, in the great careful silence from beyond the door, where the rest of the house held its breath, not only for me, but for what I might produce. That was the bitterest part. If it had been only suffering, one might have met suffering plainly. But it was suffering turned instantly into public function. The whole old story of my life had followed me here. Daughter, heiress, hope, vessel of succession, every identity I had tried, through marriage and love and Claremont, to soften into something more human had crowded back in at the bedside wearing clean linen and grave faces. At one point, when the room had briefly emptied of everyone except a lady attending me and Leopold a few paces off, I said through clenched breath, "I feel as though I have ceased to be a person in my own chamber." The lady bent over me with genuine kindness in her face. "You must not say so. I must say what is true." "Hush now." That, too, was part of the indignity. Not cruelty. Keenness enlisted against honesty. A woman in labor must be soothed, encouraged, quieted, managed into courage. There is seldom room for philosophy, however exact. So I hushed. Then another pain took me and philosophy vanished under older laws. Toward evening I began to understand why women remember childbirth not only with pain, but with estrangement. One is still oneself, yes, yet also not oneself. The body becomes both intimate and alien. It works with a will older than intention. Words that would shame one in ordinary hours come naturally. Time spills, modesty grows patchy. Thought survives but at intervals, like a candle in wind. In those intervals my mind fastened upon strange things. The line of the curtain where one ring had caught unevenly. The sound of rain beginning and then ceasing at the windows. The physician's cuffs, too white. A dish on a tray no one had removed. The thread on the coverlet beneath my hand. I clung to such details because they were human-sized. Around them loomed the larger thing, the labor, the child, the roomful of watchers, the invisible country waiting outside, and I could not look at that whole without feeling myself dissolve. Somewhere in the long course of the evening my father's name was spoken outside the door. I do not know by whom, nor do I know whether he had sent inquiry, or message, or prayer, or merely expected to be informed. It scarcely mattered. The sound of his existence, entering that room, even by mention, was enough to bring my entire former life rushing back over the present one. I remember thinking with sudden fury, must he be here too, even in absence? The next pain came before the thought had finished. Hours passed. They must have passed. Lamps were lit. More candles brought. The shadows in the room altered from afternoon softness to something harsher and more explicit. Faces looked different by night light. More grave. More tired. Less capable of pretending this was only the orderly progress of nature in a well-managed house. The physicians continued to assure. They have a genius for it, trained perhaps by equal parts knowledge and helplessness. Yet I began to hear something beneath the assurances. Not alarm exactly, but length. The labor was lengthening beyond the tidy idea of ordeal one carries before entering it. It was becoming what it truly is for many women, not an event, but a country through which one must travel without certainty of its borders. At one point I said, "How much longer?" No one answered plainly. That told me more than any answer could have done. After midnight the room thinned for a time, less in people than in words. Everyone had grown quieter. Encouragement no longer came in bright phrases. It came in touches, in instructions spoken low, in the grave monotony of necessity. Even the ladies who had maintained a kind domestic softness all day now carried themselves with a more chastened purpose, as if the hours themselves had worn down the illusion that maternal hope could be kept pretty by decorum. I had ceased thinking much beyond the next pain. Yet in the spaces between them Leopold's presence remained the one thing in the room that did not seem to ask something from me. Even when he said nothing. Even when he stood too far to reach. Even when another person stepped between us with some pillow, cloth, cup, or opinion. He remained there as witness not to an hair event, but to me. Once, in a lull so brief it might have been imagined, I looked at him, and saw on his face the peculiar torment of a man who would take pain by transfer, if love could make such bargains and fines. Because it cannot, that he must stand intact, while the person he loves is broken open by necessity. I think I pitied him then. It seems absurd now. Yet pity and love are strange companions in extremity. I wanted, impossibly, to spare him the sight of me thus. To appear composed. To reassure him. But the body had gone beyond all such social ambitions. Instead I said, with what breath I had, "Do not look as though I am dying." The shock in his face was immediate and so genuine that I almost regretted it. "You are not." "Then do not." He came nearer, bent, and said in a voice made low by force, "I am only trying to remain where you can find me." It was such a simple answer that it steadied me more than comfort would have done. Remain where you can find me, not promises, not false ease. Position. Presence. Human loyalty reduced to its most useful shape. Outside the bedchamber, the house had gone almost entirely silent. That silence is the worst sound of all in great houses. It means everybody knows. It means the servants move on the edges of carpets and the corridor talk has sunk to whispers, and every door is opened carefully. Because the whole building feels itself to be in attendance. Even without hearing the outer rooms, I knew their posture. Waiting. Listening, measuring the length of this ordeal not in pains, but in consequences. At some dark hour toward dawn, I began to feel a terrible division opening in me. Not in the body alone, though the body was certainly dividing itself into force and exhaustion. In meaning. One half of me remained Charlotte, wife, woman, frightened creature in pain, desperate only for the thing to end and the child to live. The other had become, under all those eyes and expectations, a public function so complete that even my suffering seemed required to justify something beyond itself. I hated that second half. I could not rid myself of it. And because I could not rid myself of it, the labor seemed lonelier than if I had been entirely alone. Near dawn someone opened the curtains a fraction to admit the suggestion of morning. Gray light entered the room and made everything look both harsher and less certain. Candles guttered paler. Faces appeared spent. The disorder of necessity, which candlelight had softened, stood plainly revealed. Cloths, glasses, folded linen, chairs dragged out of their proper places. The room had ceased to be a room and become fully a campaign. The child had not yet come. That fact entered me more coldly than any pain. I saw the physician confer quietly with another. Saw one lady look away for a moment and gather herself before returning to the bed. Saw Leopold draw breath as though the air itself had grown heavier to move through. Hope remained. Everyone behaved as though it remained. But dread had begun, at last, to stand beside it openly enough that even kindness could not wholly hide the shape. I closed my eyes. When I opened them again I thought, absurdly, of Claremont in its earlier days. The small room, the window, the walks, the first peaceful breakfast taken as if the future might still be portioned humanly. All of that life seemed now impossibly distant, as though it had belonged to another woman whose body had not yet become the kingdom's battleground. Then the next pain came, stronger than before, and memory dissolved under it. By full morning the ordeal had ceased to feel like progress and become simply endurance. That was the change. The cruel one. One may endure almost anything for a time if convinced it is clearly carrying one forward. But endurance without visible measure strips the mind bare. Each hour begins to ask whether the body can still be trusted, whether the physicians can still be trusted, whether nature itself is a wise guide, or merely an ancient tyrant pretending to benevolence, while women pay for history in flesh. No one around me would have used such thoughts. I had no choice but to use them. Because I was living the distance, in that room, between the private marriage I had fought for, and the public function to which even love could not keep me from being returned. Morning had come and still the child had not. By then I no longer thought in hours, I thought in survivals. The survival of one pain into the next. The survival of breath long enough to take another. The survival of mind in a room where the faces around me had grown so grave that even kindness could not fully disguise what they had begun to fear. I had once imagined that labor, however terrible, must possess a kind of visible slope. That one climbs, suffers, and at last reaches the point beyond which the body gives up its burden, and the thing is done. But that morning the slope seemed to have vanished. There was only country without boundary, pain without map, hope without shape. My body had become both battlefield and instrument, and every person in the room seemed to listen to it for news I could not myself interpret. The physicians conferred more often now. Not loudly. Never with indecency. Their profession is built as much on tone as on knowledge. Yet I had reached the stage where the smallest restraint betrayed more than frankness would have done. A whisper near the hearth, a glance exchanged too quickly. The way one of them began answering my questions only after a pause, as if measuring not the truth itself, but the portion of it that might safely be handed to me, without loosening my hold on courage. I had no use left for measured portions. How much longer? I asked again. A lady bent over me, smoothing hair from my damp forehead as if the gesture might soften the absence of a real answer. We are near. Madam. God near. The word had followed me for hours, near enough to hope, near enough to fear, near enough to the end, near enough to another beginning. A word made of threshold and no floor beneath it. I closed my eyes and let the next pain take me, because there was nothing else to do. There are moments in extremity when the body ceases to belong even to suffering and becomes instead a kind of law. One obeys it not because one consents, but because there is no imaginable alternative. I had reached that place by then. Shame had largely gone. Modesty had gone in patches and returned uselessly between pains. Reason remained, but at a distance. Sometimes I could hear a voice and answer it. Sometimes a whole exchange passed over me, and only later did I realize I had been part of it. In those floating spaces Leopold's presence remained the one fixed point. I could not always see him. I could not always have him near. But when I heard his voice, or felt his hand, or knew by some animal certainty that he had not moved far from the bed, the room altered around the edges. It became less like a public chamber and more like a place in which I still had one human claim left. At one point, after a long interval in which pain had seemed to erase both language and sequence, I opened my eyes and found him close enough that I could see how exhausted he had grown. Not tired in the ordinary sense. Exhausted by helplessness. His face had lost all the softness left from domestic life at Claremont. It had taken on that particular strain which comes to people who must watch what they love pass through a danger they cannot enter, only attend. "You should rest," I said, though the words came thinly. His expression changed so quickly it almost hurt me. "I shall rest later." "You look as though you have not sat in a week," he said. "I do not think," quietly, "that anyone in this room remembers what sitting means." I almost smiled. It failed halfway, but perhaps he understood I had tried. Another pain rose before I could answer further. Afterward, when the room swam slowly back into recognizable form, I heard one of the physicians say my name in a tone that asked for what remained of my cooperation. I wanted to say I had given all of it already. Instead I listened. "Men do. Even in extremity, especially in extremity, we are trained too thoroughly out of disobedience in matters concerning our own bodies." He instructed, I obeyed. The body labored onward. Then, at last, the room changed. Not in relief, not yet, in intensity, a shift in pace, in voices, in the concentration of all those around me. Even half blinded by exhaustion, I knew that whatever had delayed, stalled, or hovered unresolved was passing into some more final stage. Hope rose in me so sharply it was almost another pain. It is cruel how quickly hope returns when there is the smallest reason to admit it. After so many hours I ought perhaps to have been cautious of it. I had no strength left for caution. I wanted only for it to end, for the child to live, for my body to be mine again, or at least no longer the site of universal expectation. Someone said no. Another, "Courage." A hand tightened over mine. Leopold's. I remember the next minutes not as continuous action but as a series of bright, terrible instants. A candle guttering in the draught and being shielded at once. A lady's sleeve brushing the coverlet. The physician's voice lower than before. The sensation of every part of me gathered into one final, involuntary effort. The room narrowing to a single necessity. Then release. Not joy. Not at first. Release so sudden and strange that for a second I thought I had left my own body behind altogether. The pain did not vanish, but it altered. Broke. Receded into another kind of suffering. I heard movement. Quickness. A number of motions taking place at once. Someone crossing the room. Someone else receiving something with great care. The whole terrible choreography of arrival. And then, nothing. No cry. It is astonishing how loud the absence of a sound can be. I lay still, not because I wished to, but because stillness had been laid upon me by something colder than command. My whole being listened for that cry. Every person in the room listened for it. The walls themselves seemed to wait. Nothing came. The silence held one beat too long. Then another. I opened my eyes. No one met them. Not at once. There is no training in the world sufficient to keep truth entirely out of a room, when it has arrived ahead of language. I saw it in the physician's face before anyone spoke. In the unnatural care with which one lady turned away. In the way Leopold's hand tightened over mine until it almost hurt. I whispered, "Why is there no sound?" No one answered. I think I tried to lift myself. Someone restrained me gently. Another voice said I must not move. The room blurred and then sharpened again, cruelly clear. "Why?" I asked, louder this time, though I had scarcely any strength in me. At last the physician came nearer. He bent, and in his face I saw professional composure fighting a human sorrow he had no means of softening. He said, "Madam." That was all for a moment. Then, "The child." He did not finish. He did not need to. I knew. Not from the incomplete sentence. From the silence that had preceded it. From the fact that hope, which had filled the room an instant before, now had nowhere to stand. "My son," I heard myself say, and the words sounded unlike my own voice, as if some other woman had spoken them from farther away. No one contradicted son. No one contradicted the rest either. He was born without life. That was how they said it. Without life. As though life were a thing one might mislay on the journey, and perhaps recover if one looked under the bed or among the linens, or at the bottom of a physician's case. Language grows cowardly around the dead when the dead are too important to name plainly. A sound broke from me then. Not a scream. I think screams belong to simpler griefs, those that come swiftly enough for the body to defend itself with violence. This was something stranger, smaller, and much worse. A torn breath. A refusal of breath, the whole chest closing around a fact too large to be taken in at once. Leopold bent over me. Charlotte. I could not look at him. Not because I did not want him near. Because his voice made it real in a way the physicians had not. The child had been ours, before he had been anyone's promise. To hear my own loss in my husband's voice was to feel the private catastrophe break cleanly through the public one. I turned my head at last. His face, I shall never forget it. Not dramatic grief. Something far more shattering. The face of a man in whom hope has just been broken, while he is still required to remain upright for the sake of the woman who has borne it with him. For one instant I thought wildly, absurdly, that I must comfort him. Then pain took me again. Not the labor as before, but another pain altogether, deeper and less orderly, and the room rushed back over me in confusion. The stillborn child had not ended the ordeal. That was the next cruelty. Some part of me had believed, with the body's primitive faith in transaction, that if I paid enough in pain I must at least be granted conclusion. Not happiness. Not safety. But conclusion. Instead, the loss of the child seemed only to split the day open into a new and darker country where nothing had yet finished and no one dared say whether it would. Voices rose and lowered around me. Instructions. Urgency controlled into courtesy. Attendants moving with renewed purpose. The physicians no longer speaking in the tones of men following an expected course, but in those of men engaged in damage they cannot wholly command. I heard my name repeatedly. Heard requests that I answer, breathe, remain calm, calm. The word nearly maddened me. My child, I said, though I do not know to whom I was speaking. Let me see him. There was hesitation. Even then, even there. The room, the hierarchy, the physician's judgment, the lady's horror of anything believed too much for me, all stood between mother and child for one unbearable interval. Leopold said, I must see him. Something I did not catch, but there was iron in it. After that movement again. A pause. The slight, dreadful ceremony with which the dead are brought near the living when everyone present wishes both to honor and to protect and does not know how to do one without injuring the other. They showed him to me. Not for long. Long enough. He was beautiful in the terrible manner of the newly dead, where all innocence remains and all future has gone. Too still. Too complete. Too perfect in form to belong to loss. I had not known one could feel love and devastation arrive in the same glance, but one can. The body knows its child even when the world receives only failure. My poor little boy. I whispered. I think someone wept then. It may have been one of the ladies. It may have been me. The room had begun to lose its boundaries again. He was taken away. That was another knife. Not because I did not understand why. Because understanding is a thin garment against maternal instinct. Some part of me wished to call him back, to refuse what had already been decided by God or nature or chance or all three together. To say, no, leave him here, he is mine still, do not take from me the shape I have only just seen. But I had scarcely strength left to hold my head, let alone the dead. After that, hope changed its object. Not the child now. Me, I perceived it in the room, almost with disgust. The same faces, the same anxiety, the same collective leaning toward life, only redirected. A little while earlier they had watched me, as the gateway through which an heir might come. Now, they watched me as the life not yet permitted to follow him. I hated that their fear was necessary. I hated even more that I could not accuse it of being false. Something in me was wrong. More wrong than exhaustion. More wrong than grief. I knew it not by knowledge, but by the body's own terrible interior alarm, The sense that one is slipping away from one's proper relation to oneself while others speak urgently over one and call it management. The physician bent over me again. I remember his mouth moving. Instructions, questions, encouragement. At some point another cup was held to me, something bitter, or perhaps wine. The taste scarcely mattered. Time and sequence had gone to pieces. I turned my head and found Leopold once more. The room behind him wavered in the uncertain light. Day had shifted fully now. It was no longer the gray terror of early morning, but the pale, merciless clarity of later hours. Somewhere beyond the bedchamber the whole house must know by now. The servants, the attendants. Perhaps my father already informed. The nation not yet, but soon enough. The hope of succession, extinguished in a single silent birth. All of that was true, and yet by then it had receded before a simpler, more intimate catastrophe. I was losing my child, and there was some danger, not yet named plainly, that my husband might lose me as well. "Do not look so," I said, because his face had become unbearable. How should I look? I might have laughed had there been any strength in me for laughter. The question was too nakedly honest. "I do not know," I whispered. "Only not as if the whole world has ended." He bowed his head for 1 second, then raised it again. He said, "For me," and stopped. He could not finish. Neither could I. Another wave of weakness came over me then, so profound that grief itself seemed to drift to a distance. That frightened me more than pain had done. Pain keeps one anchored. It insists upon embodiment. This was different. A floating, a blankness at the edges. The room receding and returning, as if seen down a corridor that lengthened, whenever I tried to fix my attention. Someone called for something. More linen. Another instrument. More light. The words reached me as from behind a wall. I thought suddenly of Claremont before all this. Of the small room with the book not turned. Of morning air at the unlatched window. Of walking paths where I had first rested my hand unconsciously over the child, as if love might begin in gesture before sight. I thought of borrowed peace, and how dearly we had paid for the loan. Charlotte Leopold again, closer this time. Stay with me, the simplest plea in the world. More terrible than any physician's instruction. "I am here," I said, though I was no longer quite certain. Another surge of pain crossed me, but even pain was changing now. It came less as force than as an undertow pulling at what remained of my clarity. Voices urged. Hands moved. Someone lifted me slightly. Someone else supported. My body had ceased to be mine even in suffering. It had become a task among tasks in a room of people all fighting, each by their own means, against the possibility they had hoped not to meet. At some point one of the ladies prayed aloud. Softly, almost under her breath. But the words reached me. Not for the child. Not now. For me. That was when the truth of it entered fully. The succession drama had broken. The future projected by everyone in England had arrived dead. The room no longer revolved around disappointment to the nation. It had narrowed at last into something more private and more terrible. A marriage, a husband, a woman in pearl, love present and powerless beside the bed. I turned with difficulty toward Leopold. I began. His face changed so violently that I stopped at once. "No, I must say. No, bah." He did not raise his voice, he did not need to. Refusal in him had always been quiet, which made it stronger. There are moments when love is reduced to nothing but a refusal to hear loss spoken in advance. I saw that in him then, and because I saw it, I did not try again. Instead, I said the only thing left that was both small enough and true enough to survive the room. "I am sorry. For the child. For the silence that had followed his birth. For the whole kingdom perhaps, though I did not care for it then, mostly for him. For the look on his face. For the fact that the love I had fought so hard to choose now stood beside me, unable to bargain with fate." He bent and kissed my hand. "You must not be sorry." But I was. Love makes one sorry for grief one did not cause and cannot heal. The room moved again around us. Urgency increased. My name called. The physician's tone sharpened with the strain of a man still in command and aware how near command is to failing. And in that mounting confusion, one truth remained with dreadful steadiness. The child who should have made our future visible had come into the world already gone. And I, who had carried all England's hope to that bed and delivered only silence, could feel my own hold on the living world beginning to loosen with every passing minute. After that, the room became at once busier and farther away. I do not know how else to say it. People moved quickly. Voices sharpened, then lowered again, in that useless instinct toward calm, which overtakes everyone around a bed where calm has already become a fiction. The physicians were no longer divided between hope for the child and care for me. The child was gone. All their skill, all their gravity, all the ordered confidence of men, who had until then spoken as though nature merely required patience, all of it gathered now upon my side of the bed with a concentration that told its own story even before anyone named it. No one named it. That too was part of the horror. A woman may be dying in a room full of educated people, and still no one will speak the word, if another phrase can be found to stand near it, and pretend enough. I heard my own name repeatedly, heard that I must answer, must look at them, must take this, must be brave, must not yield to faintness, must remain with them. Such phrases passed over me like hands trying to hold down water. I wanted to tell them I was not yielding from preference, that the body itself had grown remote from me, as if the labor and the loss together had emptied it of all but pain and some narrower, dimmer residue of will. Instead, I obeyed where I could. A cup was raised to my lips. Something bitter. I swallowed because they wished it. A cloth was changed. A pillow altered. The room tilted and righted itself. At one point I thought they had moved the bed, but it was only the floor shifting under my sight. Someone said, "More light." No though, not there. A third, "She hears you." How strange it is to become the subject of speech in one's own hearing, while still being expected to answer, as if one were fully present inside the body being discussed. Leopold remained near. Not always as near as either of us would have wished, but near enough that I could still find him when the room blurred and swam, and then resolved itself again into faces, curtains, lamps, white linen, and the dreadful discipline of concern. Once I lost him entirely in the confusion and felt panic rise with such force that it cut through weakness like a blade. Then I heard his voice. "I am here." It was enough. For a moment, enough. I turned my head toward the sound and found him beside me again, the look in his face so raw that it made all the rest of the room seem made of paper. Physicians, attendants, rank, procedure, the whole apparatus of care, all of it had grown strangely secondary, not absent, not harmless, only smaller than the truth between us. The child was gone. And now they feared I might follow him. I had thought, when labor first began, that fear would come in clear order. First for the child, then for myself perhaps, if there were cause. Instead, fear had become one dark substance in which all distinctions dissolved. For hours I had suffered toward hope. Then hope had broken in silence. After that, suffering became simply loss's companion, and now even loss itself was being crowded by another question, more immediate, and in some ways less comprehensible. Would I remain? I wanted, absurdly, not to die before I'd had one quiet hour to grieve my son like an ordinary mother. That thought entered me with such bitter force that tears came again. Though by then they were less tears than weakness escaping through the eyes, because the rest of the body had no room left for it. A lady near the bed said, "Do not distress yourself." I almost smiled at the magnificence of the instruction. Do not distress yourself, as if distress were an idle habit I had taken up from want of occupation. My child dead, my body failing under me, my husband's face turned into grief before my eyes, and still there existed in the world some female voice ready to prescribe composure as if composure itself might mend the torn places. I said nothing. Not because I was meek. Because language had become too expensive. The hours after that seemed to me now less like time than weather passing over a house. One remembers the force of it more than the sequence. There were moments of near clarity, in which the bedchamber returned fully. The line of the curtains, one lamp set lower than the others, the smell of wax and medicine, the soft tread of women's shoes on carpet, the physician at the bedside trying not to let his face speak ahead of his mouth. Then, there were intervals in which all that receded, and I floated somewhere behind it, still hearing but not wholly able to hold what I heard. Once I thought I was back at Claremont, before the child in the smaller room I had chosen on the first day, because it seemed made for use rather than show. I could almost see the window, and the pale light on the garden beyond. I thought, with complete seriousness, that if I could only reach that chair by the fire, and sit there for half an hour, everything would right itself. Such is the mind's foolishness when the body begins to fail. It reaches not for grandeur but for habit, a chair, a window, a quiet room, the mercy of being ordinary for 1 hour. Then pain returned and the vision went from me. The physicians labored on. I do not doubt they did their utmost. It is possible to mistrust men's certainty and still believe in their effort. Yet effort itself had begun to sound different. It carried strain now. Not the calm orchestration of an expected difficulty, but the harder edge of men standing before a result they cannot command and refusing to retreat from it. I heard one of them say my pulse was weak. Another answered something I did not catch. The word weak lingered. I was tired of being interpreted while pregnant. I was more tired still of being measured while dying. And yet even in that state, some old portion of my mind remained capable of irony. It thought, so this is what comes of being important. Men count the failing beats as if each were political. My father crossed my thoughts then. Not because he was in the room. He was not. But because he had lived so long at the edge of every major event in my life that even here, on the border between worlds, I could not help imagining his face when the news reached him. News of the dead child first. Then perhaps news of me if the second message must follow. Would he grieve me as daughter or as failed future? Both, perhaps. Each in his degree. I do not say this bitterly now. Only truthfully. Love in families like ours rarely travels unclothed. It arrives wrapped in expectation, strategy, pride, hurt, memory, and the peculiar injuries of long power. I had ceased long before that day to ask from him the kind of fatherly simplicity novels like to imagine. Yet in the strange charity of extremity I found I no longer wished him judged by my old hurts. They seemed suddenly smaller than what had befallen all of us. I thought too of my mother, distant and familiar in the same breath, and of how women's griefs are often divided for them before they are allowed to possess them whole. Then the room drew close again, and all such thoughts scattered. Leopold bent near. Charlotte. I looked at him. His name had once been only a dangerous possibility spoken almost by accident into the guarded life of a princess being steered elsewhere. Then a preference. Then a hope. Then a husband standing at the altar with grave tenderness in his face. Then the companion of Claremont, of morning quiet, of the first real peace I had known. And now he stood beside the bed where our son had come into the world dead, and where I, who had chosen him with such difficulty and certainty, was slipping away before his eyes. History is vulgar in its appetite for irony. Love is made to pay in exactly the places it once believed itself most blessed. I said, because the thought had become stronger than weakness. Come closer. He was already close, but he came nearer still, bending so that no one else in the room need hear what passed between us unless I chose. I looked at him for as long as I could, not because I feared forgetting him, because I dreaded being unable to look longer. You must listen, I said. His face altered at once. No, you must. No, pa. There it was again, his refusal, gentle in sound, absolute in spirit. How often that had steadied me in life. It steadied me then too, but only partly. There are refusals love cannot make effective against the body. I gathered what strength I could. I would not go from you with only silence. He bowed his head for one moment as if the sentence itself had struck him. When he raised it again, his eyes were wet and unwavering. Then do not speak as if you are going. I must speak as I am. Those words cost more than I should have spent, but truth had ruled too much of my life for me to abandon it then. Not the truth of physicians. Not the truth of the kingdom. Mine. I chose you, I said. The room was still there, the women, the physicians. The dead child already removed beyond a door, I could no longer even look toward. Yet for those few words all of it fell to the outer edge of things. He said, "I know." But his voice broke over the second word. "No." I drew breath with difficulty. "You must know it beyond all this. Beyond what they will say. Beyond what is lost. I chose you." Something in his face then, some mixture of grief, pride, and helpless love, seemed to me more terrible and more beautiful than any happiness we had known in safer hours. He said, "And I chose you." It ought to have been comfort. It was. It was also pain. Because choice, which had been our triumph against arrangement, had not saved us from history's price. Yet even there, even under that weight, I felt the strange fierce peace of hearing the thing answered plainly. The physicians approached again. One begged permission to try something further. Another spoke of my strength. A third asked whether I knew them. I wanted to laugh at that. Know them? I had never known anyone so intimately and so unwillingly. They had stood over my pain, measured my labor, told me my child was born without life, and now hovered over my own failing breath like priests of a religion whose rites I had not asked to join.
"Yes,"
I said, because it was easier than resisting. Afterward there came another dim interval. I cannot say what was done. Only that it wearied me beyond expression and returned less hope than effort deserved. When at last the room settled again, the faces around me had changed in that small but final way which no trained politeness can hide. They still hoped, perhaps. Or told themselves they hoped. But they had begun also to prepare. I knew it. Knowledge in such moments is not intellectual. It is bodily. The self recognizes when the shore beneath it is going. The fear one imagines in advance of death is not the fear one necessarily feels when it comes near. I had expected terror like a storm. What came instead was a strange thinning. The edges of things softened. The urgency in the room no longer entered me fully. Even grief itself seemed to rest at a little distance, not because it had lessened, but because my body could no longer hold all of it at once. I thought of my son, yes, but more gently now, as if he had gone ahead into a country I was not yet permitted to name. A prayer was being spoken somewhere in the room. I heard only fragments. Mercy. Preserve, receive, guide, such words all sound alike in the end. And their usefulness lies perhaps less in meaning than in rhythm, the proof that someone still believes language can accompany what it cannot prevent. I turned my head a little and saw daylight thinning toward evening at the curtains. So long then. We had been here through one night and into another day. The fact should have astonished me. It did not. Everything had become both endless and already departing. Leopold remained beside me. He said, "You must rest." The phrase was foolish and tender and wholly human, and, because it was all those things at once, I loved him for it. "I am very tired," I answered. "I know." He took my hand again. I think I slept then, or drifted into something near enough to sleep that the room left me for a time. I was walking at Claremont. Not the wide walk, but the smaller one turning past the U. The light was mild. Somewhere water moved. I was not heavy, not watched, not expected. When I looked down I did not see a child beneath my heart or grief upon it. Only my own hand against the fold of my gown, and the path bending on. When I woke, the bedchamber had grown quieter, not empty, never empty, but quieter in that deliberate, chastened way people become quiet when struggle is yielding to something they can no longer force. One physician stood farther off. Another spoke in a low voice to a lady near the door. Someone was weeping silently and trying very hard not to be heard. The great battle in the room was ending. Not by victory. I knew then, with a clarity more peaceful than I would once have believed possible, that I should not recover. The knowledge did not come with argument. It simply entered and took its place. I felt no urge to deny it. The body had already been telling me in 100 failing languages. Now the mind at last consented to hear. I looked for Leopold at once. He saw the change in me, I think, before I spoke. He bent near again so that I need not spend breath carrying words farther than love required. "There is something I wish," I said. "You need wish nothing." "But I do." He waited. "That they do not make me only a sorrow of state." His face tightened. I went on because it mattered. Even then, perhaps especially then, I was not only that. No, ba. I was happy. At that he shut his eyes very briefly, and when he opened them there was a look in them I had seen only once or twice before. When the truth had reached him too quickly to be covered by habit, he said yes. You were... with you. His hand closed over mine. With me. I smiled then, or believe I did. It felt less like smiling than like surrendering a burden I had carried too long. To have the thing named. Not heiress, not princess, not mother of a dead prince, not daughter, not the nation's hope extinguished. Happy. With him. It seemed a very small claim to make after such a life, and therefore perhaps the truest. There was one more thing, though I scarcely had strength for it. Poor boy, I said. His mouth trembled before he steadied it. Wes. He was lully. Entirely. That was enough. No future could be restored to him now. No cry drawn back into the world. No son carried forward to mend the line everyone had stared at through me. But he was not unloved. Not for one instant. In all the great machinery of history that seemed to me suddenly the only fact worth defending. The room dimmed a little after that, though perhaps it was only my sight. I heard someone say the night was coming on. Someone else asked whether I knew where I was. 8 Claremont. I murmured, though I was not sure whether that was true of the room or only of the place my mind had most wished to return. A lady corrected me softly. I did not care. Claremont had become larger than geography. It was the name of the brief country where choice, peace, marriage, and hope had all once lived together before pain entered and demanded its own chamber. Leopold's hand remained in mine. I fixed all that I could still fix, the warmth of his skin, the outline of his face, the familiar grave set of his mouth, the sorrow he could not conceal and need no longer try to. Outside the room, outside the house, outside even England perhaps, the world remained what it had always been, urgent, historical, hungry for continuation. But there, in those final minutes, it all receded. Not because it ceased to matter. Because another truth mattered more. I had not been given to the man beside me like a treaty signed and sent. I had chosen him. That knowledge, which had once brought struggle, now brought rest. The sounds in the room withdrew to a great distance. My body had grown very light and very tired. There was no more courage to gather, no argument to make, no fear even distinct enough to name. Only love, grief, and a quiet unlike any I'd ever known. I looked at him once more. Stay, I said. I am here. I am here. The words reached me as if from the far side of water, and still I knew them. Then the room, the pain, the watchfulness, the dead child, the physicians, the nation waiting beyond the walls, all of it loosened at last. And I went where neither crown nor history could follow.